Now, it looks like we're just about ready to go because the crews are just about in start position here, Pete. We've got 4 lined up. We're going to have the first 2 off, University of Queensland and Genazzano. They're timed to they're all timed to start at 9 a.m, but they'll be broken up by, I think it's about, is it 10 seconds between each crew, Pete?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, no, we've got to start. So, University of Queensland are away, and they look like they're right into their stride early too, Pete. Genazzano are away now.
Genazzano, who of course share the rowing shed just above us here with Xavier College.
And MLC from New South Wales, they've got away to a good start too. They're off and racing. And then Corowa.
So we've got 2 categories underway, the Female School 8 Division 1 and the Female School 8 Division 2. So the first 4 crews on the water. And your mate Bruce Winnan would be as busy as a cut cat at the moment.
Yeah, he'd be flat out. So we've got crews starting all over the shop now. We've got Brisbane GPS. MLC School, we've got Catherine Cater, Poppy Costa, Isabel Bennett, Lucy Cook, Steph Christmas, Lucy McGee, Holly Clark, Molly McDonald and Cox Ruby Robinson. That's MLC New South Wales. And you can see them heading up towards the Swan Street Bridge now, Pete.
Built in 1957, the Swan Street Bridge.
That was the first year of the head of the Yarra.
It was.
Yeah.
Instituted by the late and great Stan Jeffrey.
Stan Jeffrey, who was the first starter, a very long-standing starter of the race.
He was. The first race was 14 crews, 11 started.
Yep. And
in a conversation with Stan and the late Dave Deeble, we came up with the name Australia's Rowing Classic, and it has stuck ever since. And worthy of the moniker, I dare say.
Yes, it is Australia's Rowing Classic. So next bracket, Pete, we've got Male Masters H, which is average 70. And we've got quite a big field. The Masters have really started to dominate this race, haven't they, Pete, in the last couple of years, male and female?
Huge. We've got the Male Masters H8, as you said there, JB. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 crews in this bracket, including a couple from Leichhardt. By the way, the crew, or the club, with the most representations on, I've done some sums, and this year it's Toowong from Brisbane with 18 crews.
That is just phenomenal.
So congratulations to Toowong. Leichhardt took the honour last year. One crew to be watching out for in Category 4, which is the Male Masters H, is Old Scotch Collegians, who were 3rd last year from Western Australia. And rowing in the 7 seat is a guy called Steve Kennedy. Might not mean much, but he's the father of Nina Kennedy, who won the pole vault at the Paris Olympics.
Oh, there you go.
And who was on the front bar the other night. Nina was, not Steve.
Oh, right.
So a great sporting family.
I must catch up with it. Yeah, so in the Male Masters H, which, as we said, was average 70. This is the beauty of the sport, isn't it, Pete? You can row right through to, just about any age, as long as you keep yourself reasonably fit and good shape.
And still get beaten by the same guy who beat you 50 years ago.
Still get beaten by the same guys year on year on year, but it's all good fun. So North Esk, we've got from Tasmania. We've got the Toowong. We've got Old Scotch, Corio Bay, Yarra, Corio Bay. St George Leichhardt from up in Sydney on the harbour there. Townsville, James Cook University Composite, and a couple of crews from Leichhardt, Sydney. And we've got a little friend coming to visit us, Pete, over there on the left.
A lizard.
One of the local Yarra lizards.
Thought it might have come out of your wallet. Hasn't been opened that often.
No, well, my wallet's covered in cobwebs at the moment, Pete.
Couple of other crews to keep an eye on when they get here. The Townsville JCU Composite, I'm looking through a couple of names there. Alan Wallace from Townsville, who I've rowed with and against. And Johnny Bliss from Toowong, Ray Clitheroe from Townsville. Ray, great to see him on the water because he had a few health problems a little while back there, but great to see him in action, and he'll be in the Townsville JCU Composite 8, which we'll be seeing a little bit later on.
So they've got away, Pete, North Esk with Ian Thompson. Toowong has just got away as well. So the crews are away in the Men's Masters H division, as we said, average 70. And I was reading somewhere where one of the H crews were determined that they were going to maintain 32 strokes a minute all the way down the course, Peter.
In a pig's eye.
Old Scotch Collegians are off. Old Scotch Collegians from WA, Corio Bay. Yarra, Corio Bay. Composite.
I heard a local newsreader up in Queensland calling it Corio Bay recently. I know he did a handstand.
St George Leichhardt from Sydney. They're away. So that's crew 11. Then we've got crew 12 from up in Townsville.
That's the one I was mentioning.
Yep.
And 2 Leichhardt crews will round out the bracket. Defending champion, as I said, in this category is the North Esk Composite. They rode it last year in 36.35. Outgoing tide at the moment. It's not a huge flow, but it's not going to probably help the crews, but it won't hinder them too much by the same token.
So Townsville, James Cook University Composite are away. And that's crew number 12. And then next we've got the 2 Leichhardt crews. I'm sure there's going to be a bit of rivalry between the 2 crews from the same part of the world up there on the harbour, Pete.
Yeah, they'll be going hammer and tongs. There'll be a bit of bragging rights.
Oh, there'll be bragging rights, and there'll be much spoken about at dinner tonight over the table.
Next category is race 5 in our programs, and that's the Female Masters G to K8. Category G is 65 to 69 average. H is 70 to 74 average. The defending champions not rowing this year, but the runners-up last year were Riverside, and they will be the first away. They rode it in 44 even last year. Female Masters G to K8. Looking through the field, we've got Riverside, Tablelands Country Rowing Club from Yarra in Queensland, outback.
I think it's out the back of Townsville, Pete.
It's out back.
Out back.
It's near Atherton, I believe.
All right.
We've got a Melbourne Essendon combination, Mosman Composite, Leichhardt, and Toowong Noosa combination as well.
So these categories range from, well, they're G to K, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 Gs and 2 Hs. Yeah, there's no actual Ks, which I think is 85 average.
The Ancient Mariners are the K crew.
Yeah, I think they're the oldest crew in the race, Pete, in the whole program, I should say.
They put together an L crew recently too.
Yeah, at the Henley Regatta here in Melbourne.
Yeah, the Ancient Mariners.
And so an L crew, so that's pretty good going. Apparently, it's the first time in the world that an L crew has been entered into a race anywhere.
Do you think we'll get that far?
Oh, I don't know about you people, but I don't think I will. Well, I probably won't be rowing anyway.
Yes, I remember sitting on the start line there with that aborted day we had, and everybody was absolutely, and I'll say literally freezing. It was so cold. And one of the guys in the crew was the late Peter Bishop. And once we got back to the staging, I saw him. He was standing in the doorway of the Richmond Rowing Club, and he was as blue as that graphic on top of the screen there.
Yeah.
He looked out of it.
Yeah.
It was so cold.
I think I remember that day.
Were you going to row? Were you rowing?
No, what year would it have been, do you reckon?
Oh, be about, have to be 7, 8, 10 years ago, would it now? But it was very cold. Not one of the great heads of the Yarra.
So the female Masters G to K, as you said, Pete, we've got Riverside, South Australia, quite a good mix from around Australia. The South Australians, the Table Lands from outback Queensland, Melbourne Essendon from here on Melbourne on the Yarra, and of course Essendon on the Maribyrnong. Mosman Composite, Leichhardt, 2 Sydney Crews, and Toowong Noosa. Toowong Noosa up there, your hometown, Pete.
Yes, been hometown for a while now. Very wet Noosa at the moment.
Yeah, I wish we could get some of that down here because where we are, it's pretty dry. So we've got a crew away here. Riverside are away in the female Masters G to K.
Runner-up last year, as I mentioned.
And very distinctive red, yellow and navy blue colours. And the other 2 crews look like they've got away pretty cleanly as well. Table Lands and the Melbourne Essendon Composite.
Table Lands first time here at the head of the Yarra. Nice sensible rating there.
And looks like Melbourne Essendon Composite mean business because they've already gone past Table Lands in the first couple of strokes.
Looking at the Leichhardt crew there on screen, number 19. Leichhardt had the biggest representation here at the 2023 head of the Yarra, and crew number 20 next to them is the Toowong Noosa combination, coached by Angela Ellis.
Yeah, they're just about all Toowong rowers, Pete, except Jay Fitzpatrick, who's from Noosa.
In the bow seat.
Yep. So that's that bracket away, and
Male Masters I8 or I plus 8 is the next one, and this is the. And just before that gets underway, let's go to our interview area and somebody who the locals would know very, very well.
Hi, well, I'm welcome to say that I've got John Pasuto, the local opposition member, state member here. He's very kindly come to support this event. Welcome, John.
Oh, Mark, it's great to be here. I'm always excited by coming down here because as a growing number of Victorians and Melburnians are realising this is one of the state's big events, certainly for Melbourne and this area. It's one of the biggest in the calendar year.
It's great to have you here and that recognition. What do you think is the real benefits, the key benefits of us having such an event here?
Well, it brings together, I think you told me before we went on air now, that you've got around 250 teams. So that figure is growing because I've been coming here for many years now. And I remember the first time I came, I think it was about 215 teams. So it's growing from all over the country, all over the world. It's an international event. And to have it on the banks and in the Yarra River, it's one of the great assets, environmental assets of our state. It's just a wonderful event.
John, you're dead right. And I think it's so important for their health and fitness. We've got all ages here. It's just lovely to have you come and recognise the event. Thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure.
Okay, over to Peter Landry.
Good on you, Mark. Thank you very much, mate. And keep that hat on today, son. I think you're going to need it.
So thanks, Mark, and thanks, John Pasuto, for coming down and being a part of this event, this fantastic event.
Now, our next category is lining up on the start line.
Yeah, we got male masters I plus. So we've got 3 I crews, a K crew, and a J crew. So K is 85, and I think J is 80, and I think I is 75.
K is 85 plus, isn't it?
85 plus K, yeah.
All right, well, they're sitting there on the start line. waiting to get the starters gun, as it were, let's go to this little piece. I'm sure you'll find it interesting.
Okay, that was a little clip that we had there.
Oh, that was last year.
Yep.
This is live, 2024. A little bit warmer than we had 12 months ago, JB, but
Yep.
not too bad. If that cloud cover sticks
Yeah, I
around.
don't know whether it's going to get to the forecast 37. Now, we've got Melbourne University lined up here. We've got some names that long-standing rowers, been around the traps and been rowing for a long time. We've got Jim Morrison, Richard Parker, Paul Bridgeford, who used to row here at Hawthorn, Greg Longdon, who I've rowed against many years ago, Richard Saul, Tom Wood, Paul Ferguson, Mike Kieran in the stroke seat, coxed by Adrian McGinn, Peter. Famous name.
Yes, how old would he be now?
Well, he'd be my age, I reckon.
Yeah, he's been around for a while.
If it's the same Adrian McGinn, which I presume it is.
I would assume so. Yeah, Paul Bridgeford was a member here for many years.
Yes, he was.
Very good scholar.
Yep. Greg Longdon, I know, had a twin brother, and they were senior oarsmen at Melbourne Uni years ago. So, Melbourne University, Mosman North Shore from Sydney, Melbourne Composite, as in Melbourne Rowing Club, another Melbourne University crew. So there's two I crews from Melbourne University, so there'll be a bit of rivalry there too, Pete. And
well, the Richmond Composite's got a couple of old stages in it. Ray Dennis is the stroke there. I rode with Ray quite a few times when I was at Banks Rowing Club, and Derek Wilson rather, is in that crew, and Derek is 89, I believe, is the oldest competitor we have today, JB.
Yes, I think he is. He is the oldest competitor. Right, they're off, and look, they're rowing pretty well, these guys, in this I plus category up to K. One of the Melbourne Composite is actually K category.
That's right.
That's one of the. I think, is it the oldest crew rowing?
That's the Ancient Mariners.
The Ancient Mariners,
yeah,
yes.
Yep. Yeah, Don Gibb got himself a seat in the bow.
Yeah, yeah.
He reckons he can't row stroke side, so he gets in the bow seat, doesn't have to worry too much about it.
Well, it's the swivel swinger seat, isn't it, Pete? You just swing your swivel.
We've done that.
Yep.
Seeing crew number 24, guy I used to row with, remember at Hawthorn, Bob Maple. If he's in the boat, he's listed in the bow seat.
Yeah. Bob Maple rowed here for many years. And he's been at Melbourne Uni, and he's basically kept his contact with the sport continuous.
It'd be interesting, I don't know how you'd do it, to find out who has rode in the most head of the Yarras, or is it heads of the Yarra?
Oh, you'd have to go back through the records, wouldn't you?
Oh, it would be something else.
Yeah.
There was a guy years ago, Arthur Adams, laid claim to it, and I think he actually fell in one year. He was a judge, Arthur, old Zav,
Yeah.
great bloke. He rode in many head of the Yarras.
Just looking at that Richmond composite crew, Pete, I noticed that they're mostly Banks guys, because you can see the predominant pink colour on them as they go through this under the Swan Street Bridge. The only Richmond person is Ray Dennis in the stroke seat, and it's called a Richmond composite, so he gets the nod in terms of the crew name.
Well, Alan Berry of Banks is listed there as well, and John Haag from Essendon.
So they're off and running, and the next bracket we've got lined up is the female Masters F. F category being the 60
to 64.
60 to 64. And so we've got a Melbourne composite. Melbourne, a very, very strong rowing club in Masters here in Victoria, Pete. North Shore from New South Wales. River City Women's from Queensland. And I'm assuming they're from Brisbane, but you might be able to clear that one up for me.
River City is Brisbane, yeah.
Brisbane. And
yeah.
Commercial Pine.
Commercial's Brisbane.
Brisbane. And
Pine Rivers is local as well, yeah.
Yep. And then Canberra, ACT, who row on presumably Lake Burley Griffin.
All right, Mark Oliver's been busy down on the staging, in fact still is, and he's got another personality lined up with us.
I certainly have. I have Julie Cochin here, who is the Vice President of Hawthorn Club. Hi, Julie.
Hi, Mark.
Nice to see you, and you've got a busy day today. What are you looking forward to?
I'm actually looking forward to meeting all the people I've been chatting with on social media, because the lead up to the event has been enormous, and the interaction on the socials and the hype for the day, I can't wait to see them.
Surely you can't fit all 3,000 people you talk to on social media.
Okay, that could be challenging, and that's why we use social media.
Great. Well, it's lovely to have you here, and we'll no doubt see you wandering around.
Yep. Looking forward to the day.
Okay, thanks, Julie. Back to Peter Landy.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you to Julie, Vice President here at the HRC.
Yes, two great, not only hard workers around the club, but great competitors too. As I was saying, Mark came second in the F single scull in Brandenburg at the World Masters Rowing Championships recently.
Fantastic
in
effort.
September. Fantastic effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got the crews getting ready to head off shortly in our next category. Female Masters F. Melbourne Composite has got a couple of Richmond girls in there, and an MUBC and a DRC. Who's DRC, Pete? You might have to help me out on that one.
Questions without notice, JB.
Trying to think. Anyway, we'll work it out later, but they're lining up to start. Once again, just sensational view there of the city skyline. The backdrop to the start here, the skyscrapers of Melbourne. And the crews are getting ready to start down there in the city. Ready to head off on their 8.6 kilometre.
No, it's only just about zero now, they reckon.
Oh, right, it's been shortened.
As I said at the meeting yesterday, I rode all those extra 6.6k for all those years for nothing.
Oh, right. You must have ended up down at the old Carey shed or something, did you?
I wish it had stopped at the Swan Street Bridge, actually.
So Melbourne Composite, North Shore, New South Wales, River City, Queensland, on the Brisbane River in Brisbane, Commercial Pine, also from Brisbane, and Canberra. Getting ready to start in the female F Coxed 8.
And speaking of North Shore, JB, I was very saddened to hear just a few weeks ago of the passing of John James from the North Shore Rowing Club. John was due to stroke one of the crews here this afternoon, or this morning and this afternoon, and unfortunately passed away. A real stalwart of the North Shore Club and a veteran competitor here at the head of the Yarra on many occasions. I rode against him many times, with little success, I might add.
Right.
But to all his friends and family, we offer our most sincere sympathy and condolences. He will be missed. So next bracket of crews in the hands of Bruce Whitten, our starter. 4 of them lined up pretty well right across the river. And speaking of which, we should be getting our first crews coming through in front of us in a few minutes' time. First categories were the female school 8 Division 1.
Yeah, they'll be heading down very shortly, coming past us very shortly. We'll be getting a camera view of them, I'm guessing from up at the top corner of where we are.
It'll actually be shot, I think, from Hawthorn Bridge.
Yeah, we've got to see the camera up there at Hawthorn Bridge. They'll get them as they start coming round the corner up there where the Strathcona have their boats on the other side of the railway bridge. There's the shot there. Pete, there's the shot there. That's the corner. Just up past that corner is Strathcona boat sheds, and the first set of crews are going to be coming around there, heading for the finish line, down the Hawthorn Straight, which I think is about 1,600, 1,700 metres, down to the bottom corner.
Oh, so that far, isn't it?
Down to what they call the A-frame.
Oh, the A-frame. Oh, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Yeah, that'll be about right. And the best part about that corner is it's pull it round stroke side.
Exactly. Being a bowside rower, it was, you know, one of the joys of rowing.
Oh, you're kidding. At the big bend, pull it round bow side, check it stroke side. That's where the race can be won or lost, really, in that one corner.
It's true.
We've seen some catastrophes there in our time.
We certainly have.
And we had one crew last year who finished up with 7 active oarsmen, with the 7th man had bailed out after the oar broke in a collision with, I think it was UTS.
So we're shortly, I think, Pete, we're going to see one of 4 or 5 crews listed in the female schoolgirls that took off. Well, it was scheduled start time 9 a.m, but they did take off considerably later than that, didn't they?
It was about 15 minutes later.
Yes, it was. So perhaps another 10 minutes before we see the first couple of those crews come around. So that was University of Queensland, Genazzano, MLC New South Wales, Corowa here in Melbourne, and another crew from MLC New South Wales. So they got 2 crews in that particular event.
Well, you would say almost ideal conditions. There's hardly a ripple on the water. But we have to row in all conditions. Flat, smooth, rough, choppy.
They're getting ready for a start. In the female Masters F.
Crews will have different tactics worked out with their coaches as to what to do over the first 100, 500 metres, etc. Just to get into a good swing, I think would be the order of the day for most of them over the first 1,000 metres. Get the boat up and running, settle into your rhythm.
When I rode these, Pete, the tactic was go hard for 2,000 metres and then just hang on.
Well, that's another way of doing it.
Here we go. We've got a start from the Melbourne Composite crew. And look at that mixture of colours, Pete. Looks like a real rainbow sash, doesn't it?
Sure does. Just about 9 different clubs there.
Well, I think it is, in fact. If you've got a Cox in there, look, it's just about every club, city club you can imagine. So we've got Melbourne Composite are off North Shore from New South Wales, the club crew. River City Women's Queensland from on the Brisbane River. Commercial Pine Rivers on the Brisbane River, and Canberra will be the last crew off in the female F8. And all crews got away to a pretty good start. Nice, clean. We haven't seen any disasters down the start yet, Pete?
Not yet, no. Pine Rivers we mentioned there, rowing with commercials in Brisbane. Pine Rivers is a little bit out of town. Run a pretty good regatta there. The worst thing about rowing at Pine Rivers is trying to find a parking spot. And that's the first bridge they come to, or second actually. That's Morell. That's not Morell Bridge. That's Swan Street.
You being a current Queenslander, Pete, you'd know a lot about the rowing scene up there, the Masters scene. It's great to see them come down as far as, well, from places like Townsville, and they hitch their boat up on the boat trailer and come down 2,600 kilometre journey down to rowing this. We've got an interview coming up with Mark now down on the landing, so we'll cross to Mark Oliver.
Hi. Well, I've got Ruth Oliver here, head of landing and boat carrying, boat walking. She's going to do a great job because she's my wife. I've got to say that. And hi, Ruth.
Hello. Hi.
What are you looking forward to today?
I'm looking forward to all the boats coming in. It's a really exciting place to be on the landing because everybody's euphoric. They've finished the race and we've got all these wonderful volunteers here who are going to greet them and help them get their boats off the water. So it's a really great place to be.
I've done some work on that before. It's hard work. How are your team looking forward to it?
Well, I think some of them don't know what they're in for, but one of the ladies last year told me that her tracker told her that she walked 12 Ks last year. So get ready.
Well, that's great. And you're just about to get into action because I can see them coming down. Thank you very much, Ruth.
Great. Thank you.
Over to you, Peter Landy.
Thank you, Mark. And looking at our first boats, just about to complete the course now, JB.
Yeah, the crews are. We can see them now come down the Hawthorn Strait. We can see them with our monitor vision, but we can also see the leading crew, which is. I'm just trying to pick up the number there. It's crew number 1.
Number 1, which
so that is the University of Queensland crew.
They are the defending champions in this race.
They look like they're rowing pretty well considering the distance they've covered. They pretty much got it under control. Got a good lead.
Rowing in the Wayne Diplock.
The Wayne Diplock. They got a good lead over the next crew, which is appropriately crew number 2, which is the Genazzano girls from here in Melbourne. Rowing pretty well too. There's some pretty accomplished looking young oars women in that boat, Pete.
Well, one good thing about rowing for Genazzano today, they can rack their boat in the shed. They don't have to row back to the city.
Well, that's right. Now we've got a mother and the little ducklings crossing, so I don't know whether they know what's coming in their way.
Well, we'll soon see how they can move.
So they're crews 1 and 2. And
they were the only 2 crews in the first section.
In that little section now. So we've got crew number 3 now. They're all coming down in order at the moment.
This is MLC from New South Wales, who were runners-up in this event last year.
So we can see the MLC crew, they're out on their own at the moment. We haven't got the Corowa crew, the Corowa from the girls' school here in Melbourne on screen yet, or can we see them on the river looking upstream from where we are? But the MLC girls from New South Wales look like they've got that particular section well under control.
I'd say so. Corowa rowing the event for the first time, coached by Jane Robinson. It'll be a bit of a learning curve for them, I think. Curve probably being the operative word when they get to the Big Bend.
Yeah, it's, as we said, it's a coxswain's race, and you've got a good coxswain, you're halfway there. So the MLC girls are looking pretty good, pretty accomplished, and very strong at the finish there. Just completing their 8-kilometre course, going under the bridge there at the finish line. And here comes Corowa now, crew number 4.
Rowing quite neatly.
Yeah, they're rowing now quite well. The blade works quite good, and it's an effort when you think you've got to keep that, try and keep that not just the strength and the rhythm, but the technique going for 8 kilometres, Pete.
And probably on a day like today, 35 to 40 minutes.
That's right, with the high temperatures we're experiencing here today. It's a tough event. We've got to make sure you keep yourself hydrated. So the Corowa girls are coming down now past our commentary position. A very strong-looking crew. And the coxswain is urging them on for one final effort as they go down towards the finish line.
They've got about 50 metres to go to the Hawthorn Bridge, which is the finish line. Category 3, the female school 8 year 10 and open division, just got one starter. That's the MLC school from New South Wales.
Yeah, so they'll be, presumably they'll be on their own when they come down here, Pete, unless someone from the next bracket catches them.
And then we have the Male Masters 8 crews, which are all on the water, and they'll be coming through next. The defending champions there, North Esk Composite from Tasmania, who rode last year in 36.35. That's the H8 category, 70 to 74 average age group.
Yeah, so we can see the next crew coming down. Looks like they've made a bit of time. Looks like they've done well here. The MLC New South Wales crew in their own little bracket, crew number 5. So they wouldn't have been alongside anybody else. They would have had some nice clear water around them.
Which does help in this race.
It does. When you've got no one near you, it means you can just basically row your own race, and you don't have the danger of interference from other crews around the bends and bridges and stuff. So so this crew coming down now apparently is the youngest crew in the regatta. So well done to those young girls from MLC School, New South Wales.
Yeah, year 10. So they've got a couple of years to go in their schooling. A nicely turned out crew. Good blade work, good leg drive, and they hit the finish line. I think they'd be fairly pleased with their work and probably glad to be one of the first crews off on what is going to be, and in fact already is, a pretty warm day here in Melbourne. So
good effort for the girls, the young year 10 girls from MLC New South Wales. The next group we've got coming down is the Male Masters H, which is 70 to 74, as you said, Pete.
North Esk Composite, defending champion, or yes, defending champions. They won last year, as I said, 36.35.
And then we've got Toowong, Old Scotch Collegians from WA, Corio Bay, Yarra, Corio Bay Composite, St George Leichhardt from up on Sydney Harbour, Townsville, James Cook University Composite, and once again 2 Leichhardt crews.
Yeah, Leichhardt again very well represented. I don't think that's got as many as Toowong, which has 18 crews. Good to see some old club stalwarts down here helping out. Jimmy Dewar and Uncle Joe Ron McPhail, who are part of the framework here at the Hawthorn Rowing Club and have been for years.
And we've got some crews coming into view now down the straight, Pete. And we've got the crew number, I'm just trying to get their number because the wind's blown his number around the other way, and I can't actually see what number he's got. But number 8. So that's crew. That's the old Scotch collegians who's made up. Looks like they've made up a bit of ground, Pete. The blokes from Western Australia.
And I mentioned earlier that in the 7th seat is Steve Kennedy, the father of Nina Kennedy, the Olympic pole vault champion.
There you go. 70 to 74. They hit the line. And they all look like they're in pretty good shape. Next crew to come down is crew number 7, which is Toowong. Another fantastic representation from Toowong Rowing Club up there in Brisbane, Pete.
Ian Holzberger from GPS, he's the boat captain at that club. Kirk Lawrenson is the chairman, I think, of the Toowong Rowing Club. And Toowong with a big representation, as we mentioned here, in the 2024 head of the Yarra.
Okay, now it looks like we've got crew number 6 now. This is North Esk from Tasmania, from up on the Tamar, up in Launceston. And they've got some members from Tamar and what looks like Sandy Bay, and Sandy Bay would be in Hobart.
Sandy Bay's in Hobart, yes. Yeah, where the casino is.
Yeah, so that's the North Esk crew from Tassie, composite crew. So a couple of clubs in Tassie from Launceston and Hobart represented there as they go down and hit the finish line in the H category, male Masters 8. Right, we've got another crew coming into view from the top of the straight, Pete.
That's the final bend. They've got about 400 metres to go at that stage.
And I'm just trying to pick up a number here. It's looks like 12. Number 12, so that's Townsville James Cook University. They're a composite as well. So they got some Toowong members there. Oh, you're losing your paper, Pete. There you go.
Lost everything. Now, crew number 12, Townsville JCU composite. We've got Alan Wallace in the boat from Townsville, who's a medico. Ray Clitheroe. Good to see Ray in the boat. Johnny Bliss from Toowong.
A great stalwart of that rowing club is Alan Wallace, Pete. Terrific clubman.
He is, and we had an incident on an event I was rowing in with a late mate of mine, Peter Bishop. Peter had a bit of a medical episode, and Alan was very helpful in a rather nasty situation.
All right, now we've got to start, Pete, in the a very competitive male Masters E, apparently. So we've got crews from Melbourne, Sydney Commercial, University of Queensland, Drummoyne up there in Sydney, Mercantile Banks Composite, Riverway, Queensland, Wentworth up there on the Darling River.
Mildura.
Yes, great spot for the Easter regattas there. Powerhouse here in Melbourne. Old Collegians, University of Queensland, and Newcastle
Crew number 11 coming past us now at the finish line. That is the St George Leichhardt combination competing in the Male Masters H8.
So here comes crew number 10, which is Yarra,
Caraya
Bay.
And the Prostate.
Good name, good name.
Followed by crew number 9, which is Caraya Bay, of course.
Looks like we've got a little bit of difficulty there in the bow seat. The bowman has stopped rowing. He's cradling his oar.
And closely followed by crew number 14, one of the Leichhardt combinations.
Crews, yeah.
We're seeing plenty of them again this year.
Well, they're 14, so they look like they're a bit ahead at 13. Their club rivals, so the bragging rights go to them.
And interestingly, we have the surf rescue vehicle following.
Yes, that looked
so
like there was
some issue has happened there.
There was a problem in the Caraya Bay crew with one of the guys cradling his oar and looked like he was in a bit of strife. Hopefully he's okay. Crew number 13, this is the other Leichhardt crew. They've come into view.
They were second last off in group number 4, the Male Masters H8. H being 70 to 74. I probably feel every bit of that at the moment, coming around the final few hundred metres.
Yeah, I think the legs would be feeling it. Certainly, there'd be an excuse to get out and have a beer tonight. That's for sure.
We haven't commented on it yet, but the new staging and use for last year's head of the Yarra was really an outstanding success, and what a difference it's made, JB, to this area.
It's a revelation, Peter, really. It's having this staging here. I've got to say, you know, look, we sometimes get a bit precious, the rowers, but it's been great for all the boat users, you know, the kayakers and everybody, having the staging here, and also the number of crews that come down, and particularly on a day like today when you've got so many crews coming in, trying to land at the one time, it's been fantastic. We got, here's crew 13 coming into view, the other Leichhardt crew. They're about 15 strokes away from the finish line.
So their club mates have done a job on them, it looks like.
Yeah, yeah. 14 have stitched up 13.
Speaking of stitching things up, we'll be doing 2 presentations today, like we did last year. The initial one's going to be around about 12 noon, just to the south of the Hawthorn Rowing Club shed. Crew number 17.
This is Melbourne Essendon, Pete. This is the female Masters G to K, but we've only got G and H crews. And this is the Melbourne Essendon G, composite G crew. We've got predominantly Melbourne, but we've got a couple of Essendon girls in there as well.
6 crews in this category. G being 65 to 69, H is 70 to 74.
We just had a duck whack with an oar there, Pete, but I think it got away okay.
Duck off.
So the Melbourne Essendon G crew look like they're finishing pretty strongly. Their blade work looks pretty good, and they look like they're getting plenty of drive through the water. And after 8 kilometres, it's not easy to maintain.
Especially in this heat.
Exactly.
Not quite sure what the temperature is at the moment. We might be able to get that for you.
It's probably a bit deceptive because of the cloud cover, but it's probably into the 30s, I'd say.
And crew number 17 coming past us now. The Melbourne Essendon composite. Right. Well, I'm just looking at the temperature here now on our gauge. It's 31.2 and feels like 28.9. So there you go.
So, Pete, we're going to the start soon on the monitor for the mixed master. This is the first of our mixed cruise starts. It's a mixed masters E8. So they're lining up at the start line down in the city.
We've got 8 crews in this category.
And E is
50 to 59.
50 to 59. And we've got, it's a pretty good representation, including internationals as well. We've got St George, New South Wales, Glebe from New South Wales on Blackwattle Bay. We used to go up there every winter when I was at Richmond. Tamar, North Esk. St George, okay. All right, now I've got a St George, New South Wales, and I've got a St George's, New Zealand.
This is the New Zealand one,
yep.
Crew 48.
Yep.
Defending champion is St George from New South Wales, so we've got 2 St George crews in this race.
Yeah, we got a crew from Lake Macquarie, and guess what piece of water they row on, Pete?
Would it be Lake Macquarie?
You've got it in one. We've got also Newcastle Endeavour, Newcastle Uni Endeavour, Carrum from here down on Carrum Lakes, the rowing course here in Melbourne, St George's, New Zealand, and Footscray City out there in the Maribyrnong. So that's a big contingent, and they'll be starting off soon. So we've got a couple of crews coming into view now, Pete. We've got a crew in the female masters G to K.
18.
We've got 18, who's Mosman Composite from Sydney.
They're an H crew.
Yeah, and we've got 20, who's the Toowong Noosa from your neck of the woods.
Yes, just one Noosa rower in that boat. It looks like in the bow seat.
Bow seat, yeah.
From Toowong.
Yeah, Jay Fitzpatrick.
Great rowing club, Toowong. Be the equivalent of Melbourne's Mercantile or MUBC. Very well run. Rode in a number of composite crews with the Toowong guys a few years back, and very professionally turned out.
And they love coming to this event too. They certainly represented well just about every year. Now this is crew number 18, just coming past us now.
Mosman Composite.
Mosman Composite. They've got a couple of clubs in there involved.
Canberra.
Yep. Mosman. DMCRC, which I'm not exactly sure what that one is. So there's a few clubs there from up in Sydney and around the traps. And closely followed by crew 20, looks like an all-club crew. All right, so the
Derwent Mercantile.
Derwent Mercantile Rowing Club from Tasmania, yep. Okay.
Things are getting pretty busy in the city now.
It's getting busy in the city, and it's getting busy here too, Pete. So the crew going across the finish line now, the Toowong Noosa crew, number 20, and then number 21 is in the next bracket, this is the male masters I8.
Now I is 75 to 79, and K is 85 plus. So we'll be seeing the Ancient Mariners coming across the line shortly. Or maybe not quite so shortly. But Melbourne University, the first crew off in the male masters I+8. Great to see these guys on the water. They're probably not thinking it's too great being out when it's 31.5 degrees. That's the action in the city, and there's plenty happening at both ends of the course at the moment. We'll try and spot them appropriately when we can and where we can.
So that was the Melbourne University crew. We mentioned Paul Bridgeford, who rowed here for a number of years, and Greg Longdon, who's I think got a twin brother, or had a twin brother, and he was a senior oarsman at Melbourne University years ago. I used to row against him. And this is crew number 19 now, through, which is from the female masters.
G to K.
G to K. So a couple of the female crews obviously have been passed by a couple of the crews in the I male category. So that's crew number 19, which is Leichhardt.
And looking back down, we've got crew number 22, Mosman North Shore Composite. Hardy and Titterton, 2 names that come to mind from Mosman. Rode against those two guys many times. Now, the Ancient Mariners were next away. Whether they'll be next past us here, JB, is open to discussion.
Yeah, there's the Mosman crew going across the line. Mosman Composite going across the line. Mosman have been a power club in Masters rowing for many years up there in Sydney Harbour, haven't they, Pete?
Yeah, certainly have.
They send their crews all over Australia to the championships, and they go overseas. You know, the places like the World Championships and Henley Regatta and all sorts of things. The Boston Marathon, the one in Philadelphia that I can't pronounce.
No,
but
I'll
get an expert to give me a pronunciation over the headphones shortly, I hope.
My old rodeo coach Lee Murray used to say, Peter, if you don't know how to pronounce a name, you've got two choices: don't use it or find out.
Exactly.
All right, well, we're watching crew number 15 come towards us on the Hawthorn staging, which is Riverside. Mark's got an interesting guest. Let's go to him now beforehand.
Hi, well, I've got the Cora girls crew who've just completed it. They're just being interrupted by one boat, but they're clearly highly energised, and it's a tough race. Excuses, but it's a tough race in hot conditions. How did you find it, ladies?
It was really long, but we made it through it, and we were doing it for our beloved Emily Bucket at home. Yeah, shout out to Emily, our Cox. We wish you were here. And yeah, best of luck for everything, watching us from hospital. We love you.
Yeah, well, thanks for that, and you did well. Well done. It's hot conditions. You look good coming in. Thank you very much. Okay, back to you, Peter Landy.
Thank you, Mark. Doing a great job down there, mate. Try and stay cool if you can. Crew number 16 coming towards us now, which is the Tablelands Country Rowing Club.
Now you're telling me that Tablelands is outback, Pete.
Outback, accent on the out. Or is it the back?
Is it near anywhere that I would recognise?
Atherton, I think, would be the nearest name that would come to mind.
All right, so the ladies from
Riverside,
South Australia, are going across the line now. And
they're number 15. Crew number 16 on screens is the Tablelands Country Club from Yungaburra is the town that comes to mind.
Yungaburra, right.
First time here on the Yarra. They brought some Queensland weather, although the weather in Queensland at the moment is absolutely RS.
Yeah, and I wish we could get some of that RS down here because it's dry as a chip where we are. So
we had 4 inches of rain the night before we left to come down here.
Yeah, well.
Crew number 16, Tablelands.
Tablelands in a distinctive purple rowing zooties. And
I could give those to the Melbourne Storm for training in.
Yeah, and the orange hats too.
Back into the city, still plenty of activity. With 243 crews to complete the course here, it is a busy, busy day on the Yarra.
And the crews are coming in thick and fast now, unloading. So we just want to remind crews as you come in to the landing, can you please get your oars out and get your boats out as soon as you can, so that the next crew can come in and we can get this process rolling along nice and smoothly. So as soon as you come in, don't dawdle around. Just get your oars out of the way and then move your boat. And also, once you're finished, your boat racked, can you come down and get your oars, because they start to build up too down here on the landing. If you can take your oars back with you and just leave room, that would be much appreciated. So thanks, guys. That's terrific.
Category 10 starting off their commitments over the head of the Yarra course now. Female Masters E8. And the names on screen from Abbotsford there. That's for Abbotsford, New South Wales, not Victoria. And the Brisbane crew listings there, number 57. We've got a Noosa crew making its club debut here on the head of the Yarra, coached by David Doyle, who's the son of Brian Doyle. Brian stroked the Australian 8 to a bronze medal in the Olympic Games of 1956 on Lake Wendouree, and David, an Olympian in his own right.
Yeah, David and Mark, I used to row pairs against those guys at Ballarat. So we used to have some great tussles in the senior pairs. Now, look at the field in this category that's taken off from town, Pete. the female Masters E8.
19 crews.
It's just incredible. I mean, female Masters rowing has just exploded around Australia and probably around the world too. A lot of it driven by the ladies that are taking it up from their daughters and sons that are rowing. Now, going past us now in the commentary position is crew number 24, so we'll just go back a couple of pages.
Melbourne University, Bob Maple in the bow seat.
Yes, so we've got Melbourne University in the I category, 75 to 79. Bob Maple, as we said, he's been around the traps for a long time, hasn't he, Pete? I remember rowing with Bob Maple here many, many years ago.
I rode with him.
Well, there you go. All right, we've got a screenshot of the cruise in the city. It looks fantastic, doesn't it, with all those eights going through Swan Street Bridge.
That's the Swan Street Bridge.
Now, just a quick postcard, Pete, while we're just got a little wait before the next lot come down. We're just talking about Townsville and JCU Tablelands, and this is in the male Masters H category, which is 70 to 74. The waterways that they train on are Alpensweir, Ross River and Lake Tinaroo, apparently.
And there were no crocodiles in Lake Tinaroo.
That's what I've been told. So that was an encouragement to come up, apparently. And the crew history is for most of the Tablelands boys, this is their first head of the Yarra. The Townsville boys have all done it before. Some of them more times than they would like to remember.
Speaking of remembering, crew number 25 is the Richmond Composite crew. The only Richmond guy there, though, is Ray Dennis, who's in the stroke seat. He should be. That's Ray. It looks like him from the back. I rode behind him. Now we've got Banks representation there. Derek Wilson in the boat from Banks is 89 years of age. I think Derek is the oldest competitor in the event this year. Don Christie was the oldest last year. I tried to get a phone call to Don to ask him why he wasn't rowing this year, but Don was in his 90s when he competed in 2023. And Ralph Howard, I think, still holds the record as the oldest competitor in this race. He was about 93 or 94, wasn't he?
He was around about there. Not sure, Pete, but yeah, it was a bit.
Anyway, this is crew number 25. We've got Johnny Haag from Essendon, Ray Dennis, I mentioned, Alan Berry from Banks. They're a J crew. And while those boys complete their commitments, they've got about 150 metres to go. Let's go back to Mark on the staging.
Okay, well, here I've got Adrian McGinn, Cox, 71-year-old Cox. Thank you very much for being part of this, Adrian.
You're welcome.
And it's a tough race. People say it's a Cox's race. So, in fact, the other 8 don't matter. It's all about you. How did you find it?
It was very good. Challenging when we had to pass crews on the corners. But above all, it was well run, well rowed, and we're very happy.
Well done. And no doubt you'll get a well-deserved drink.
Certainly will.
Thanks, Adrian. Over to you, Peter Landy.
Thanks, Mark. You can send a couple here if you like.
Adrian McGinn is a very well-credentialed coxswain in his day. I think he might have steered maybe some Australian crews. I know he steered some Victorian crews.
I think you know his way around the Yarra, don't you?
He'd be a pretty fair coxswain to have in your boat.
Yeah. Now we're still waiting the arrival of the first K, the only K crew on the Yarra today. That's crew number 23, the one to keep your eye out for. The oldest crew on the river.
Yeah. Yeah, Donnie Gibbard be the biggest pot hunter I know, I reckon.
Oh, the Beagles had a bit of a say in that, wouldn't you reckon?
Well, except we didn't win many pots, that was the problem. We were hunting them.
Yeah, Don's not bad. He gets better every time you speak to him, did you know that?
Yeah, and he gets faster. So this is crew 26. They're coming down the straight now, and this is the female Masters F. We saw them take off. Well, it would have been about half an hour ago, a bit longer. And coming into view now. So this is the first in that bracket. So they've held their advantage. This is Melbourne Composite, and they've got a few. They've got some Richmond and rowers in there, as well as what looks like Latrobe, perhaps. I'm just trying to pick up the colours. But Okay, now we've got crew number 23 coming down. And this is the oldest ladies, the oldest men's crew, the Melbourne Composite, with Don Gibb and so this is the guy doing the interviews. Can you go down and see him? The crew number 26 have just gone past us now, and that's the Melbourne Composite ladies F Coxed 8. And they're rowing pretty well.
Sorry, JB, I just got distracted there. A couple of old stages rocked up, one of whom was Don Christie.
There you go. There you go, yes.
See if we can get Don on the microphone.
Just talking about him before, yeah.
Crew number 23, Melbourne North Shore Composite in the Male Masters I-8.
And
now we've got the Ancient Mariners. Oh, good on you, boys.
23. There's our K crew. There's our oldest crew.
Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, this is the average, what did we say? 85 to 89 or something? K.
The oldest boat on the field. So we've got Cross, Dortch, Tippett, Leach, Weatherly, Matheson, Gibb, Marks, Day. Fantastic effort, guys.
And that's the beauty of rowing that's summed up there, Pete. These guys are training, rowing, racing, and they're well into their 80s.
Even Don Gibbs still putting in a bit in the bow seat.
Yeah. Although he's shortened up a little bit once he sniffed the finish line, I think. Here's crew number 27, and this crew's rowing pretty well too. Looks like this is North Shore, New South Wales, in the ladies F category. And they look like they've made up a bit of ground. That's an all-club crew, and they're rowing well, nice and neat and strong, very strong in the water, finishing off there.
Crew number 28, River City Women's on screen now as they make the turn to come up the Hawthorn Straight.
Yeah, and this is what we like to see, these all-club crews. I'm nothing against composites, but I love to see all the club crews.
Oh, sometimes it's necessary, though, isn't it?
I suppose if you want to row it and you've got people at a loose end, or you've got one or two here or two or three here, yeah, I understand. But it is great to see all club crews if you can manage to get 8 people together and from the one club.
Right, we're going back to the city now as crews start the 8-point whatever it is journey up to Hawthorn.
Mixed Masters E8 is going to be starting in the city soon, as we've got crew number 29 come past us now, which is Commercial Pines.
Mixed Masters E8 will be starting in the city in just a few moments. Coming past us now is crew number 29, Commercial Pine Rivers Composite. They're competing in the Female Masters F Coxed 8. That's age group between 60 and 64 average. And they've got a few strokes to go to complete their commitments.
And I've got a feeling that in that crew is Joanne Cook, and I'm pretty sure that I met Joanne in Brandenburg at the World Masters recently in September.
Oh, you're a name dropper.
I was chatting to her and I said, look, send us a postcard, tell us about your crew. And she said that many of the crew have rowed and coxed in multiple head of the Yarras, and our 2 Pine ladies are first-timers. Some of us have raced at the World Masters Championships in Germany this year, and also head of the Charles, and I'll try and pronounce it, Skylekill in Philadelphia. But I stand corrected. Now we're going down to the start soon of the Mixed Masters E8 in the city. We've got a shot now on the big screen of crews complying with those hard-working officials on the landing, getting their boats off, and there they go in the Mixed Masters E8.
That's 8 crews taking part, JB.
Yeah, and the Mixed Masters means that obviously we've got 4 ladies and 4 gentlemen.
He is the age group between 50 and 59 average. And the competing crews are St George first away. The defending champions did it last year in 32 minutes 45 seconds. Glebe, New South Wales. Tamar North Esk from Tasmania. Lake Macquarie 1. Newcastle Endeavour, Newcastle Uni and Composite with Endeavour. I'll get it out eventually. Carrum, St George's from New Zealand. and Footscray City will round out the field in group number 9, the Mixed Masters E8.
All right, now, sorry, I stand corrected. The start that we had was the female E8, not the Mixed Masters. They've already gone. So the start that we're seeing now is crew 50 to 68, and that is the female Masters 8. You've got them on the big screen there. They're taking off from the city. So E is around about 55, I believe.
50 to 59.
50 to 59 average. And
19 crews in this.
It's
group.
Just phenomenal. And as we were saying before, the number of ladies that are rowing now, and some of them have taken up rowing in their 40s and 50s and sometimes 60s. And you know, it's just one of those sports where you can get in and learn pretty quickly, and you don't have to be an expert to do it reasonably competently within about 12 months, Pete.
I think it's fair to say too that female rowing saved a lot of clubs from going under. When I was
absolutely
beginning rowing in my callow youth, women didn't row. I think there were 2 ladies rowing clubs. There was Melbourne University Ladies Rowing Club and Essendon Ladies Rowing Club.
And YCW at Albert Park Lake.
And that was it.
Yep. Yep.
That was it.
Yeah, well, I was at the famous 1976 annual meeting at Richmond where they banned women.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
You're blotting out half the population to your sport.
And then women came into the club and absolutely transformed it.
And saved many clubs along the way.
It did.
And look what they're doing now.
Yep.
So we haven't given you the full field of the female Masters E8, 19 crews. North Esk, the defending champions, did it last year in 34.55. North Shore from New South Wales, River City Women's Composite, Balmain Composite from Glenorchy, New Norfolk, Noosa making their debut, as I said, Abbotsford, Brisbane, Caulfield Grammarians, Corio Bay, Bunbury from WA, Invercargill from New Zealand, Riverway from Townsville, Newcastle making their debut. Haven't seen Newcastle here before. Balmain, Tiger Colours from Sydney. Glebe, Leichhardt, University of Queensland Composite was Toowong, and St George's Composite, that's New Zealand, with Invercargill. So 19 crews.
Fabulous field. Now,
right, as crew number 30 comes into our view here on the staging at Hawthorn, let's go back to Mark, who's got another guest.
Okay, well, I've got one of the older rowers here. It's absolute inspiration to us. And you are Richard?
Richard Larkin.
Richard Larkin. So, Richard, welcome. How did you find that row?
Tough.
Tough.
It is, and each year I say I never do it again. My wife says I'm bloody crazy, and I think she's right.
Well, you're crazy and an inspiration to us. What's your recommendation? How much longer should all of us row to? What sort of age?
If you can do it, do it. So keep going while you can.
Great. Thanks, Richard.
You don't know when something will happen and you won't be able to anymore.
Thank you very much for that, Richard, and keep rowing because you keep inspiring us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Crew number 32 coming into view now. This is the Sydney combination, rowing in the Male Masters E section, defending champions for which are the Melbourne Rowing Club, who did it last year in 29.22.
Yeah, and crew 31 have just gone across the line. It's a very well-credentialed Melbourne Masters E crew, stroked by Matthew Harrison, who's, you know, he's won a lot of big Masters races down in Tassie last year, I think, and you know, he's won a lot of races, represented Victoria at Masters level, and he's just about done it all in Masters rowing. Matthew Harrison.
Temperature still in the low 30s, probably get to a little bit more than that. There was a bit of cloud cover earlier, JB, but we seem to have largely lost that.
Yes, it's almost like it's burnt off, but you know, we might be getting some thunderstorms later, so they say. So that was 32 Sydney that just went across the line there. That was a pretty strong-looking crew too, Pete. I'm guaranteeing there'd be some pretty handy oarsmen in that boat.
Well, Sydney are the defending champions in the Open, aren't they, from memory?
Yep. Just got another quick postcard while we're waiting. Just a postcard from the Male Masters F8 Riverside Rowing Club in Adelaide. They row on the Torrens River in Adelaide City, and our crew contact Wayne Chadwick has told us that in the 4th seat is a guy called Kustas Tivas, who is a very well-recognised 20-year-plus Masters rower, supporting a full-length grey beard and competing strongly at 74 years of age. Kustas has rowed head of the Yarra about 10 times and has become a cult figure amongst the rowers from around Australia due to his distinctive long beard and friendly demeanour. So if you see Kustas around, if you know him, if you recognise him,
Give him a razor.
Go up and say hello.
I'd probably want a razor on a day like today. Having a full beard in this weather.
This is University of Queensland, Pete, coming into view. Crew number 34.
Male Masters E.
And we can just see the tip of their blades now.
And while we're watching Male Masters E crews come up towards the finish line, let's go back to Mark on the staging.
Okay, well, I've got John Cross here, and he's 83 years old. I mean, it's just utterly amazing. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
How did you find that row? A bit of a stupid question, but how did you find it?
Not as bad as yesterday afternoon, I can tell you.
Oh, right. What happened yesterday afternoon?
Well, we rode 3.5 Ks from here to Wesley.
Yes.
And it was stinking hot. I got out of bed at 3 a.m. that morning up the north.
Well,
and it was so hot and stuffed.
Well, to say that it was harder than today, it must have been really tough. John, it's great to have you here. Have you got any recommendations for people about continuing rowing when they get older?
Oh, shit, don't stop.
Great recommendation. We'll take that. Don't stop. Thank you very much, John. Over to you, Peter Landy.
Thank you, Mark. And the University of Queensland Crew 34 has just gone through. So too is the commercial crew number 33 in the Male Masters E. And they both look pretty good too. So Crew 39 coming into view. And you recognise those colours, JB, and so do I, because I rode for Powerhouse in my early days as well.
Yes, I spent some time at Powerhouse myself, Pete. And this is, yes, as you said, crew number 39 in the E category. I know a lot of these guys. Roland Baltudis and Dave Mays and Nick Andreu and Russ Mersel, Pete Leahy. So this is the Powerhouse crew in the E category.
Enjoying 31.7 degree temperatures at the moment.
Yeah, a very strong crew, good crew, Powerhouse. A lot of these guys have represented Victoria at Masters level over the years. They're very strong on the ergos, and I know they train hard, and they go down to the finish line.
Mercantile Banks, number 36.
Looking good, rowing hard. Mercantile Banks are now coming past us. They've only got one Banks guy in the bow seat. The rest are all Mercs. And this is the E category. The Coxons are really urging them on. It's a pretty competitive bracket, the E category, isn't it, Pete?
Yeah, very. 11 crews in it, by the way.
Yep.
Melbourne are the defending champions in 29-22. They did it last year. I don't think we'll be seeing too many records this year with the tide against them at the moment.
Yeah, we saw the Melbourne crew go through earlier, a really good crew.
They did. They looked pretty smart, didn't they?
They've been at it quite a while, and they've had a lot of success. This is crew number 40 in the male E category. This is Old Collegians. Old Collegians, University of Queensland. Finishing off.
Oh, the second last crew away. Let's go back to Mark on the staging.
I've got Liz McPherson here, the very young Cox of F, very strong crew. How are you going, Liz?
It was good. Yeah, we had a good race. Yeah, I was happy. My first time doing Yarra, so the corners were definitely on my mind.
Well, it's an important Cox race, and you're from River City. Can you tell us a bit about it?
It's a really nice club. I've been there probably a couple years now, just doing coxing on and off. Yeah.
Where is it based?
Brisbane, at Yarra.
Right, well, it's great to have you down, and you had a good, strong crew by the looks of it.
Yes, we did. Yeah, very happy with the race.
Okay, well done. And you'll see how far you've gone on the digital sort of tracking that we have, so you'll see how your coxing was.
Yes, definitely looking forward to that.
Well done. Nice to meet you. And over to you, Peter Landy.
Thanks, Mark. When the Coxons look back on it, it might be the embarrassment pole. Crew number 38 coming
now this is, interestingly, this is a Wentworth crew, Pete, but I've got a feeling that this is what they call the Wentworth City Crew, and most of them are here based in Melbourne. But a lot of them have connections one way or another with Wentworth, some of them originally coming from Wentworth.
I rode at Wentworth many times. It's one of the toughest courses because you just can't pick out any landmarks.
Well, it was my favourite rowing course on the Darling there, Wentworth, because once you hit that bridge, you knew it was time to go.
Once you hit the bridge, you've still got a fair way to go, though, I always found.
Yeah, that's right. But then you could hear the voices, and it sort of carried you across the last couple.
No, it didn't.
Right, so this is crew 38 now coming down, and we can, here we are. We're just picking up the tips of their blades now as they're coming into view, and we've got them on the screen there. This is so this is Wentworth. Now, Wentworth, if you're not sure, is a city probably about 40 kilometres from Mildura on the Darling River, on the confluence of the Darling and the Murray, and just a great part of the world up there.
We rode an 8 from Mildura to Wentworth one year. It was the silliest thing we ever did. Went through Lock 11.
Oh, right.
And rode the boat to Wentworth.
Gee.
And we were about as useless as a $3 bill the next day.
So there's the Wentworth crew. As I said, I think I'll have to get this verified, but I think most of them are they've established a sort of a mini club down here in Melbourne, but they call themselves the Wentworth City Club. Just a quick postcard while we've got a couple of seconds. We're talking about the crew from Toowong Composite in the men's Masters H category. And our contact there, David Bellamy, says that the crew has come second for the last couple of years. They're trying desperately to win this year. And they've got a Chris Linden, who's 78 years of age in the boat, and Gav Kirk Lauriston, who is 76, and they want to come down at 32 strokes a minute all the way down the course.
Good luck, boys.
Right, we've got crew number 35 now in view, and this is Drummoyne. Drummoyne up there on the harbour in Sydney, and in the distinctive yellow and is it navy or yellow and black colours, and this is in the E category. As we said, very competitive. Crews have been training for this since August, a lot of them, they've been telling me.
11 crews in it, and the age group average is 54 to 59. Well, sensible rating for a crew that age on a day like today. It's nearly 32 degrees. Just pushing them out.
Sorry, yellow and green. Australian national colours in Drummoyne Zooties. Or gold and green, I should say.
Different shades thereof.
Yeah, now, so that's crew 35. So that's Drummoyne.
37 is Riverway.
Riverway, Queensland.
Riverway, Queensland.
Guessing it's another Brisbane River crew.
No, Riverway's Townsville.
Okay, I've got that wrong. So Riverway from Townsville.
River City is Brisbane.
Long way to come.
Well, it's amazing towing the eights from Townsville, and a mate of mine, Stefan Muhlenberg, who used to coach at Noosa, towed some boats, or brought some boats across the Nullarbor.
Wow.
In days before eights were sectioned. He reckons it was a trip not of a lifetime.
Yeah. This is the Riverway crew here from Townsville, all the way from way up North Queensland. So give them a bit of a cheer. They've been training for this for a while, and they've brought their boats down on the trail of the 2,600 kilometre trip down. And they've been really looking forward to this, but I don't know whether they're...
They'd be familiar with the weather.
I think they're looking forward to the finish and getting out and some refreshments later, Peter.
As we go back to the city, still plenty of activity, and it's going to be on for young and old for quite some time yet. This is the Mixed Masters F8. So F is 60 to 64 is F, from my memory.
F.
Brisbane commercial screen, crew on the screen.
F 60 to 64.
60.
Yeah, 60 to 64 F, yeah.
Yeah, he is 50 to 50.
So this is the mixed start of the mixed race, race 11, Mixed Masters F. So as we said before, 4 gentlemen and 4 ladies. The seating of which can vary, can't it, Pete, depending on what sort of combination you want.
Different coaches, depending who you talk to and depending who you've got to put in the crew.
Like, it's not all... you'd think it might be 4 blokes at the front and the 4 girls at the back, but they don't always do it like that.
No, very rarely.
Yeah. So you'll see that when those crews come down a bit closer to us, if you're watching from here or if you're watching on one of the screens, some of the crews will actually have a lady in the stroke seat, in terms of they think that the theory is that they can get the rating up and get the big boys in the engine room to power it through.
Logic in that.
Yep.
Defending champions, the combination from South Australia, Phoenix and Goolwa. They did it last year in 33.29. The Mixed Masters F+8, well, F 60 to 64, G 65 to 69, H is 70 to 74. And looking through the listings, we've got G, F, G, G, F, G, and 1H crew. So the 1H crew is Riverside, and the rest are Fs and Gs.
Yeah, it says F, but it's F.
F plus.
F plus, yeah, that's right. F plus, F, G, and H. Yeah, so as you said, Phoenix Goolwa. So Goolwa's down there in the mouth of the Murray, I believe, Peter?
Down that way somewhere?
Yep,
yeah.
I think so.
All right, while we're watching activity from the city, let's go back to the Hawthorn staging. Here's Mark Oliver once again with another guest.
Hi, I've got Narelle Connor, the cox of the Canberra crew. Can you tell us a bit about your crew?
We're an F crew, or F troop if you'd like to call us that. We're almost 70, most of us. We've got one young one. Yes.
Okay, well, it's a long race, but it's a cox's race. How did you find it as a cox?
Oh, great. This is my 8th row, 8th time doing this, and it's lovely. I love this race. It's great.
Well done. It's great to have teams from all around Australia, so you must come again.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Narelle. Okay, over to you, Peter Landy.
Mark, and crew number 42, St George, just went past them in the background there, followed by crew number 43. That's Glebe from New South Wales.
So that's these are some of the mixed crews coming through now, Pete.
Mixed Masters E8.
Yep.
Crew 45 is 100 metres to go. That's Lake Macquarie 1 in the same category. Remembering the defending champions were St George from New South Wales. Last year did it in 32.45.
Yeah, Lake Macquarie with the very distinctive fluoro green hats and the fluoro green on their zooties with the blue. Quite a nifty looking zootie, I think, from the Lake Macquarie crew.
Some BROs get very officious about correct uniforms. I remember one year I was coaching a girls' crew here, and we were at, where were we? Ballarat, I think, or Barwon, I can't remember, Barwon. And we nearly got disqualified because the BRO said we didn't have matching uniforms, and all it was one hat in the bow girl was a little bit more faded than the other three.
I think sometimes it depends what sort of day the officials have had the day before or that day.
I think he had a bad day.
What sort of mood they're in. So we've got a crew coming down now, Pete, and I can't make out the number because what's happened is, as quite often happens, is they don't do the safety pin on the bottom of their numbers. So that means if the wind blows up, we can't see what the number is. But we've got the crew in green uniforms coming into view, and until I see the bow number, I won't be exactly 100% sure which crew they are because I don't recognise the tops. But it looks like a male Masters crew to me, and once we get the number, we'll be able to verify which actual crew it is. And here they come into view now. They've got green strips on. Green zooties.
Binoculars job, this one.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yep.
Crew number 41 it is, JB.
Okay, so 41 is the Newcastle Glenorchy. Newcastle Glenorchy. So this is a composite crew from, I'm presuming, well, Glenorchy's in Hobart, but do they mean Newcastle, New South Wales? This is what I'm not sure.
Well, one interesting rower is Mitch Huxley, who's a para-adaptive rower in this crew.
Yes, that's right. Yes, they've... Mitch has got an intellectual disability, and he is rowing in this Glenorchy Newcastle crew.
Just behind them is crew number 44, the combination of Tamar and North Esk. In the Mixed Masters E8, defending champions in this category, St George. Did it last year, 32.45. This is E, 50 to 59.
Yep. Now, just quickly, Pete, we've got an announcement to make. We've found a Westpac altitude MasterCard, and it belongs to a Belinda Allen. Belinda H. Allen. So if you're Belinda H. Allen, can you make your presence known to the officials here at the clubhouse, particularly if you can find Julie Cochin, who's in a Hawthorn blazer. She's one of our vice presidents, and so yeah, Westpac MasterCard, altitude MasterCard, Belinda Allen. All right, catch up with Julie Cochin to get your card back.
On screen, crew number 48 from New Zealand, St George's. As distinct from St George's in New South Wales. So great to see the Kiwi representation this year, John.
It is
fantastic.
We love to have internationals. We'd love to get some from America. We've had them from America in the past, but just one crew from Detroit. We'd love to see from England. I think we might have had an English crew once. We've had a crew from Partez, Tokyo, that used to come down regularly, but haven't seen them for a while. So going past us now is crew number 48, St George's, New Zealand. And I'm not exactly sure where they're from, what part of New Zealand, but...
All right, while we're watching mixed masters E8 crews go past, let's go back to Mark.
Okay, we've got an E8 crew here, or two of the E8 crew here. Zoe Morrison, the Cox, and Steve Burke, number 4 from Drummoyne. Can you tell us a bit about your club?
Go. So I'm from Balmain. We've got a composite crew at Drummoyne, and we're on the Iron Cove in Sydney Harbour.
I'm Steve Burke. I'm from Drummoyne. I think this is my 20th Yarra.
Why do you keep coming back?
Because we get a good feed tonight, and it's great to be down here. And I'm loving this staging. How good is that?
It is fantastic. What do you say? Tell us something interesting about your club. One or 2 points.
We are the oldest continuing club in Australia at 143 years old, so go Balmain.
Wow, I thought we were beating you, but obviously not. Steve, any other facts?
We don't want to be ageist, but we've been around for 109 years at Drummoyne. We've got all sorts of rowers, para rowers, young kids, oldies. Youngest is 17, oldest is 82.
Brilliant. And of course, it's a Cox's race. Zoe, what advice do you have for Cox's doing it in the future?
Get a big rudder.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Nice to talk to you. Over to you, Peter Landy.
Yes, thanks, Mark. And that's pretty right. Get a big rudder. That is very helpful when you get to the big bend.
Oh, we've got 2 more crews coming down the Hawthorn Straight now, Pete. We've got crew, I'll just picking up their number here. Looks like 60. Oh, would it be that? No, surely not.
67.
Is it? 67. Where are we? Over the page. University of Queensland, Toowong.
Toowong Composite. I think in the female Masters E.
I'm guessing they've made up a bit of ground.
Quite a bit, actually.
So, yeah, I had to turn the page over, and I reckon they've gone through a few crews. The crew behind them, I would imagine, would be a lower number.
Yeah, 40.
A lot lower. So we're going back a page. So we're going back to the crew behind them are 46. And,
Newcastle Uni Endeavour Composite.
Yeah, Newcastle Uni Endeavour Composite in the Mixed Masters. So the crew that went past us there, what was that? What did we say it was? Crew number 67. Wow, University of Queensland, Toowong in the female Masters 8. And I reckon they're in a very good position. 46 is coming through now, so I've got to go back a page.
Newcastle Endeavour.
Yeah, Newcastle Endeavour. In the a boat called the Resolute, which looks like it's got an American flag on it. But
one of 8 crews in the Mixed Masters E8, which is 50 to 59 age group average.
Yep. So they row on. They're from Endeavour Club. Is that right? What did we say? What crew was that? 47.
Right, on screen is crew number 50. Female Masters E8, Northwest. Now, they are the defending champions in this category,
right,
in which we have, as I mentioned previously, 19 crews. I think this is the biggest entry of any other category in the race today.
Right.
And our defending champions on screen. Will they win it 2 years in a row? They rode 34.55 last year. Doubt we'll see any records broken, though, in 2024.
Well, if they're E, the same as crew number 67, which are E, you know, could be touch and go. But anyway, here they come now. Crew number 50, North Esk from Tassie. Tamar River, is that correct, Peter?
Tamar in Launceston. Yep, that'd be right. And looking further back down the river, crew number 50 coming into view. The North Esk combination just going past our commentary booth as we speak. Well decked out in the blue caps, looking very, very polished indeed as they go past us. Nice bit of clearance. Crew number 49 coming into view. That should be Footscray City, and they are in the Mixed Masters E8. 50 to 59 age group average category. St George, New South Wales are the defending champions there. Footscray City rowing on the Maribyrnong just at the back of the Flemington Racecourse. You probably would have seen, if you've been watching the Melbourne Cup coverage, a couple of shots of the rowing course there near Lynch's Bridge. Brings back a few memories, some good, some bad. Same as at the racecourse.
It's good to see a strong contingent from Footscray. This is the Mixed Masters E, and a couple of the rowers in this boat actually went with us to Brandenburg for the World Masters Championships this September. So they've got together a mixed crew for the E category.
Let's go back to the city now, where we have a start in the male masters.
Male Masters G.
G8, that's
G8.
13.
And so skip a few pages, and that is that's quite a competitive category as well.
Leichhardt, the defending champion.
So G is 65 average.
65 to 69.
65 to 69. And going past us now is crew number 62.
That's at Hawthorn. We're looking at the scene from the city, though. Crew number 51 behind them. And they're away in the city.
So 62 is Riverway. And then crew number 51, looked like I got a handmade number there on the bow. Crew 51 is North Shore, New South Wales. And
crew
followed...
number 60 going past is Bunbury.
Yeah, now Bunbury's interesting because that's, well, as you know, Bunbury's in Western Australia.
Yep.
And our contact in Bunbury said that they're just locals that love to get together and row, and they've been really looking forward to this race. Now we can, from Bunbury, we can go to Bumblebees because the next crew coming down is Balmain, and look at those outstanding looking outfits, Pete.
Bumblebees is right. Back at the start though, we, as we said, Category 13 getting underway, the Male Masters G8, and you can see the crew listings with their names on the top right-hand corner of the screen. Temperature at the moment in the city, just above 31 degrees. Forecast to get a little bit higher. We're blessed, though, with a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, so it's not actually the hottest head of the Yarra we've had. That was some dozen years ago, and things were pretty hectic on the old staging here, I can tell you. In fact, it's gone up to 33.5.
33.5, yeah. Doesn't quite feel it in here, but it's deceptive because of the cloud cover. Crew 50. Now, crew 57 going through now is
that's
going past us
end.
At the Hawthorn end is
from Brisbane.
From Brisbane, and it's interesting. Their boat is called the Hummingbird.
Really putting in some heavy ones there at the start, going up towards the first bridge, which is the Swan Street Bridge. One of 11 bridges that the crews have to pass under. You can take your pick which bay you go under, but most favour the southern side. But that gets a little bit crowded, as you can see there on the right-hand side, with 3 or 4 crews attempting to go through there at the same time. That could be interesting. Cover a bit more ground if you go through the centre, and if you go through the station on the far side nearest the Rod Laver Arena.
Well, it looks like a crowded field down there in town at the moment, Pete.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like to be in there in the midst of all that.
If you want to make a move, you've got to pick your spot, and I guess that's the best place to do it because that's when the river is at its widest.
Yeah, there aren't too many more passing opportunities.
No, there aren't.
Especially once you get past Herring Island, it can be pretty nasty. Crew number 55 there on screen. That's the Noosa crew. And first time we've seen a Noosa crew in the head of the Yarra, coached by David Doyle. Kerry Cooney there in the sixth seat, I think it is. I don't recognise the other guys because I think they're doing it for the first time. In fact, they are doing it for the first time. Closely followed by crew number 56, Abbotsford. Not Abbotsford, Victoria, but Abbotsford in New South Wales. I bet they wish they were from Abbotsford in Victoria at the moment. They'd just about be home.
Abbotsford, of course, one of the suburbs there on one of those little inlets on Sydney Harbour.
Now they're competing in the Female Masters E8, which is the biggest category today of 19 crews. Well, still plenty of activity in the city coming up towards us, and let's go back to the staging now. Here's Mark again.
Okay, I've got Kate Smith, the cox of a Tamar crew. Can you tell us a bit about the crew, Kate?
Yeah, it's a Masters mixed 8, come up from Tassie, so I think they did really well today. Yeah, we had a good rhythm and had a really good race.
Well, the cox is critical for this race. How much coxing have you done in your life?
I have to confess that I'm a rower, so this was a different side of things, being a cox.
And did you feel it went okay?
Oh, it was great. They were amazing. Yeah, they really got the boat moving, and I've got a new respect for coxes and bridges.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to them getting some medals. Any interesting things about your crew or about your club you want to end with?
No, I'm just really proud of them. They were great. Yep, good crew.
Okay, thanks, Kate. All the best. And over to you, Peter Landy.
Thank you, Mark. A very tactful cox, I dare say.
So we've got crew 56 coming into view, which is Abbotsford, New South Wales, up on Sydney Harbour. Crew 63 are going past our commentary vision now, which is Newcastle. Which is, we don't see much of them down here, do we, Pete?
No, it's the first time they've done the head of the Yarra, except one of the girls in the crew, Catherine Dadd, I think she's done it before, but the rest are all first-timers, so good to see Newcastle here.
59 going past us now, and that's crew from Corio Bay down Geelong Way on the Barwon River in the female Masters E8 category, which, as we said, is an incredibly competitive category.
Yeah, they're about halfway through, or the Corio Bay crew started about halfway through.
61 on the camera vision now is the Invercargill. So this is one of our international crews.
From New Zealand.
Yep.
And it's their first time on the head of the Yarra, so big round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. All the way from New Zealand, one of the most southern rowing clubs.
And they're in a Hawthorn boat too, Pete?
In the land of the long white cloud, and rowing in a Hawthorn boat, yeah. Mm. How do they swing that?
Contacts. They're in the Dennis Burke.
Great mate of mine.
Oh, now this is where it gets interesting. You got 4 crews all within camera shot.
Crew 56 Abbotsford.
So 56 Abbotsford. 65 is your Glebe from up in Sydney Harbour, and then we've got 61, which is Invercargill from New Zealand, who look like they're going to go past 66, which is Leichhardt. Another Leichhardt crew. Great representation here from Leichhardt up in Sydney, and it looks like the New Zealand ladies are going to just go past them.
I'll tell you what, they've got one thing in common. I'll be glad to hear the easy oar.
Just a quick reminder to crews, please. Once you've stored your boat, can you come and get your oars, because the oars are getting banked up here a little bit on the landing. So come and grab your oars once you've racked your boat.
Crew 69 is in the foreground there. That's the defending champions, Phoenix Goolwa, in the Mixed Masters F8. And crew number 72 behind them is Drummoyne ANU. 72, did I say? 72 is Melbourne in the Mixed Masters F8. Let's go back to Mark.
Hi, I've got Lily Lunny. A bit of a tongue twister here, the Cox of a Queensland crew, the E8. Welcome, Lily.
Hello, thank you.
And how did you find the race as a Cox?
Oh, it was great. I have so much fun. It's the only opportunity of the year where I get to show off a little bit, so I really enjoy it every year.
It's important as a Cox. Can you tell us a bit about your crew, exactly where you're from?
Of course, so we're from the University of Queensland. We're this year racing E, but 10 years ago we raced A to C and won, and we've won ever since, so this is our 10th win of the head of Yarra this year.
That's brilliant, Lily. We'll see if you win an 11th time.
Oh, I hope so. Fingers crossed. Check back in 12 months.
Thanks, Lily.
Thank
you. Over to you, Peter Landy.
Thanks, Mark. Crew number 64 on screen now, competing in the Female Masters E8. That's from Balmain. Crew number 72 going past us is the crew from Melbourne in the Mixed Masters F8. And we're still on screen there with Balmain. Dawn Fraser territory, actually.
Yeah.
Where the great Dawn came from.
Our Dawn. Another Balmain crew. Yep, 64. With the very distinctive Bumblebee Zooties.
Crew 58 there on screen. Caulfield Grammarians in the Female Masters E8. Let's go back to the city now. The A to C 8s are getting underway.
All right, this is Male Masters A to C. So these are the young male masters. A is from 27 to 35, I think. 34. And then 34. And then B is 34 up to about 40. And then C is 40 to 45. So these are the younger masters. So that will be a pretty hot competition. These are guys who have just probably fairly recently stopped their their full-time competitive open rowing. So in the Male Masters G, we've got a Male Masters A to C. We've got Leichhardt Auckland, so another New Zealand crew, Toowong from Queensland, Yarra from here in Melbourne, North Shore from New South Wales, Brisbane and GPS, and Wendouree Ballarat.
14 crews all up in Male Masters A to C8. Defending champions Leichhardt. They rode it in 29 minutes 50 seconds last year.
And they're here again this year.
And looking through the listings, the Toowong crew 106 is a B crew, and the rest actually JB is C.
Yep, we've got one B from Queensland, Toowong, and the others are, as you say, C. So C is around 40 years of age.
43 to 49.
So, yeah, 43 to 49.
And at Hawthorn at the moment, crew number 71 just going past us, swinging up towards the finish line. And that would be Drummoyne ANU Composite competing in the mixed F+8. That was race 11.
Just another housekeeping reminder, please come and get your oars. The officials down here finding it's a little bit cluttered with oars banking up. So once you've stored your boat, come down and get your oars straight away. That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Still plenty of activity in the city as they head up towards the Swan Street Bridge, one of 11 bridges that the crews have to navigate, or the Coxers have to navigate.
It looks really busy from that angle, that camera angle, doesn't it, Pete, with all the crews heading under the Swan Street Bridge?
Great sight.
Yeah, fantastic.
243.8 competing in the head of the Yarra for 2024. Australia's Rowing Classic indeed today, living up to its moniker.
It's interesting that some of them are primarily scullers or small boat rowers, but they get together and they get an 8 particularly specially just for this event because they love coming down here.
There was one crew one year, I'm not quite sure what year it was, JB. We had a crew, an 8. It was an octascull.
Right.
It's amazing who you get walking past here. Get over, eh? Good to see you, Ray. Just talking to Ray Clitheroe off mic here from Townsville, who's completed his course today. And great to see him well, mate. You're looking $1 million. Green and crinkly. I'm sure you will. All right, let's go back to Mark, who's found somebody else. He's been busy.
I have, Peter, and I've got Roger Young from Endeavour. Can you tell us a bit about Endeavour?
Endeavour, we're all the way from Maitland area, and we row the Hunter River, and there's about 60 to 70 of us in the club, but we're all very much on the row.
How old are you, Roger?
I turned 72.
Wow.
72 kilos, so there you go. That's how I remember it.
Okay, so you're going up in the weight as you get older.
Yes.
And any interesting facts, anything key that we should know about Endeavour?
Look, we're a complex. We've got people rowing from the age of 12 right through to voila.
To your young age. Absolutely. It's great to have you here. How did you find the row?
Easy. The weather today compared to our row yesterday, much better. Yeah.
That's brilliant, Roger. Some crews have been struggling, understandably. Okay, thank you very much, Roger. Over to you, Peter.
Thanks, Mark. Get out of the road, mate. Crew 77 coming into view now. And Crew 77 is a composite crew competing in the Mixed Masters F8. That's the Brisbane commercial crew.
Yeah, we were talking about the seating arrangements in these mixed crews, and it's interesting. I think it looks like they've got a lady in the 7th seat in this particular crew, in Crew 77.
Well, there's a husband and wife combination, actually, in the bow and stroke seat, and they're both doctors.
They're both doctors, yes, and so they reckon that any emergencies, they've got it covered.
Well, let's hope we don't have any emergencies today like we did last year.
So, yeah, we've got a lady in the 7th seat in this crew from Brisbane Commercial, and the other 3 ladies in 3, 2 and bow.
Both very big clubs in the River City, as they call it in Queensland.
Now, I've heard that they call the Brisbane River the Brown Snake. Is that right, Peter?
I've rowed on the Brisbane River quite a bit, and I remember one year I was rowing a pair with a guy called Peter Bishop, God rest his soul, and the tide was so strong as we watched crew number 76 come into view, which is Fremantle, Ballarat City and the Mixed Masters F8. The tide was so strong, it took us about a day and a half to do the 1,000 metres.
Now, that's quite a combination, isn't it? You'd have to do a lot of long-distance organisation to get that one together. Fremantle, Ballarat City.
They wouldn't have had too many rows together, you would suggest. Fremantle, of course, training on the Swan River over there in WA.
Well, it looks like they've only got one Ballarat City rower in the crew. The rest are all from Fremantle. So anyway, however they organise that. It's great to see them come together. And
well, often you can find, how should we put it, you can find a few orphans who are looking for a row.
That's
and
right,
then you get contacted by one club here, there or anywhere. And can you join us? And that's how it starts.
Well, they do it internationally too. I nearly got an orphan row in Brandenburg where a crew from England were looking for someone on the bow side, but unfortunately...
Steve Redgrave wasn't available,
yeah, Steve Redgrave was late turning up. But anyway, they found, whoever it was turned up in time, so I didn't get my row. But anyway. So, yeah, you can nominate to row in a crew, and if you're a bit lonely and you want to jump in a boat and you can perform and row on a certain side that they want, then they'll pick you up. All right, so we've got some more crews coming into view now. It looks like we've got some nice rowing too in some of these crews coming through. Nice strong rowing. It looks like crew 56, is it? Trying to get the number. Or 74. 74. So that's Melbourne Composite.
Mixed Masters F8 Plus.
Yep, the mixed crew, 74. And then not far behind them, we've got crew 78. It's Mercantile Banks. That's the Male Masters F. So it looks like they've made up a bit of ground, crew 78. And then crew 75, back to the Mixed Masters. That's Riverside from South Australia.
Well, Mercantile Banks there in the Male Masters F8 of the defending champions. They rode it last year in 31:39. Very, very good time.
I think we've got Jim Lowe in the four-seat of that boat too, from just by looking, but I'll have to go back to the program and check.
Certainly listed there.
Yeah, Jim Lowe, ex-Australian oarsman. Very, very competitive Masters oarsman for a number of years.
Banks Rowing Club.
Here's Riverside. Riverside, one of our best contingents in terms of entries.
Oh, they're going really well.
And
that's a nice turned out Riverside crew from South Australia in the Male Masters F8. We've got 18 crews to come past us in that category, but let's go back to Mark meantime.
Okay, I've got Sarah Stubbs here. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, how are you? I'm Sarah Stubbs again.
Okay, now can you tell us a bit about your club? You're from Hobart, aren't you?
Yeah, we're from Hobart. We row out of Glenlorkie, which is in Montrose, which is on the River Derwent, which is a really rough but amazing, beautiful river that sort of rewards us often with seals and dolphins, the odd wallaby that jumps in. But it's a great place to come and row, and more people are welcome to come and have a row at a club when they're down in Hobart.
That sounds so exciting. It makes our river sound so boring. How did you find it?
Oh, we love it. This is our second time, and we hope to come to it in our 90s. It's fabulous and really well run. So thank you so much. We had a ball.
It's great having you guys from outside the state here, so thanks.
Love it. No, we really love it. And there's a few Hobart crews here, Sandy Bay, Bucks. Yes, quite a few, so we all love it.
Thanks, Sarah. I'll leave you to go. Cheers. Over to you, Peter Landy.
Right, thanks, Mark. And just while that was happening, we saw crew number 80 from Toowong go past in the Male Masters F8. Very well turned out combination coached by Terry Mulligan with my old mate Peter Gill in the engine room there. So they were, judging by how they went past us, they will have turned in a very, very good time. Now, let's go back to the city just for a moment or two. Still plenty of activity on the water there. We're on the page of the Mixed Masters 8. That's the group
A to C, Peter. There's the younger
race 15. Yeah.
The younger Mixed Masters. So we've got the young. You can always tell by looking at them that they're a younger crew by the speed of the blade work through the water. But the younger Masters crews mixed in the mixed section. This is race 15, and they're all getting away pretty well off the start down there in the city. And looks like they're rowing pretty strong. So few combinations, few mixed combinations there. 124 Red Legs Toowong from Brisbane. UTS in Sydney. And now we've got crew number 89 going...
commercial composite in the Male Masters F8.
Coming down into iVision now.
And just prior to that, while we were in the city, crew number 93 went past the Melbourne University composite, stroked by Olympic gold medalist Peter Anthony. And in the boat we had the likes of Gary Gullick and Phil Rickard, so a very well turned out crew. And Peter Anthony, incidentally, recently had success in the head of the Charles as well. So he's been pretty busy, P. Anthony. Gold medalist, of course, in 1992 on the double sculls with Stephen Hawkins.
Correct, and Banyals and the Olympics just outside Barcelona. There goes crew...
Brisbane Grammarians.
Brisbane Grammarians, crew number 81. That's in the Male Masters F, with the very distinctive gold and blue vertical stripes. Looks quite effective.
Commercial composite on the screen there.
Well, we've got a crew. It looks like someone's in trouble here. Coming past is crew number 89, and that's the commercial composite. And we've got the stroke man holding the 7-man's blade. So it looks like there's been some sort of incident there. And they've stopped just before the line. They're just going to drift down to the line.
Well, maybe Mark can follow up on what happened there. We might get some information to you as soon as we can.
We hope they're okay. So that's
landing at Hawthorn a hive of activity, and we must thank all our volunteers for assisting there and everywhere along the course. It couldn't happen without the volunteers. I don't know how many there are, but there are many. Crew number 82.
Mackay Riverway, Queensland, I'm assuming.
Yes, Riverway is Townsville.
This is in the Male Masters F category. And not far behind them is crew number 86, which is University of New South Wales, also F.
Crew number 92, which is Toowong. One of 18 Toowong crews here. The largest representation of any one club crew this year, 2024, on the head of the Yarra. Leichhardt took the honour last year, but Toowong Rowing Club, $18 crews from Toowong, as I said. Let's go back to Mark on the staging, the crew that was rowing in the Hawthorn boat.
Hi, well, we've got a New Zealand crew here. They're all the way from New Zealand. Rachel Cummins and Julie Shedbolt. I keep having to be reminded their names. Welcome. How did you find it?
Oh, it was an amazing race, really good organisation, fabulous camaraderie on the course. The flies are a bit of a surprise for us. We don't have these in New Zealand, that's for sure.
And tell us a bit about your club.
We're a fairly strong Masters club. We have around 70 Masters members, and the rest of them are school kids. And we've been operating on the Tamaki estuary in Auckland for a very long time.
Since 1883, 1886.
Another old club. And how do you think you're going to go do today? Because, of course, with the All Blacks doing so badly, you need to do well.
Oh, well, I like to think we did pretty well. I don't know that I'll win the shortest coxswain's course, having to avoid a few boats to get past them. But, yeah, it was thoroughly enjoyable, and it's kind of how I drive in Auckland, so it was good.
Great. Well, you look good coming in. We saw you coming in. Well done. Great to have you here. Thanks for that.
Thanks to the organisers.
OK, over to Peter Landy.
Thanks, Mark. Crew number 94 coming in division, competing in the Male Masters F8. 94, a combination of Powerhouse and Bairnsdale.
We just had University of New South Wales and Brisbane and Leichhardt crews go through in the Male Masters F8, finishing pretty strongly. And now we've got crew number 94 coming down, and that's the Vikings crew from Queensland. Going past us now is crew number 88. And they are from Black Mountain and Canberra, so they would be they train on Lake Burley Griffin up there.
I think that'd be fair to say.
And they're a bit of a composite. So composite of between Black Mountain and Canberra. Well, most of them are Black Mountain. There's one Canberra rower there. And the next crew coming down is a Powerhouse composite, crew number 94. And it looks like they've got a Wentworth person in there as well. Bairnsdale. And they've got a, looks like a Nagambie person in the 7-seat as well. So that's and that's in the Men's Masters G8.
In which we had 18 crews. So a very big representation. That's the second largest entry for the 2024 head of the Yarra. 19 is the biggest. That was in the female E category.
Yes. Yes, so a huge number of these masters, the age groups tend to be creeping up and up and up, don't they? Into the 70s and 80s, still competing.
Well, when I started rowing, there was no masters rowing at all. You had to give it away if you got to your late 20s.
Well, and you coached or joined the committee or something. Yeah. Well, here's a crew 83 in the boat called the Silver Fox, and they are from Brisbane. And apparently they call themselves the Silver Fox because the number of silver foxes in the boat, they say.
No kidding.
Yes, so they say.
Crew number 87 on screen from Yarra in the Male Masters F8 category. Just looking back to earlier crews that have gone past us here at the finish line, the Mercantile Banks combination, which the defending title holder, they look pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to back. And Yarra just approaching our commentary box now. And they've got about 60 metres to go to complete the 8K. And with the temperature in the low 30s, I'll be very much looking forward to a drink. I think crew number 95 coming into view now. This is the Vikings combination. They were away last in the Male Masters F8, and very distinctive outfits on the Vikings as we go back to the city. Female Masters A to C8.
So the younger female Masters crews are heading off now. So we've got 130.
11 crews in this category.
Female Masters
JB.
A to C, yeah. 11 crews. Mosman, Mercantile Composite, Y Rowing. That's unusual because we haven't seen them put an 8 together for a long time. I'm assuming that's Y at Albert Park.
Didn't think there was anything else.
Well, yeah. And Horsham City Footscray, University of Queensland and Tweed, which would be Tweed Heads. Would that be right?
That'd be right.
Yeah,
yes,
Melbourne.
Tweed River, Murwillumbah probably.
Yeah, at Melbourne, Toowong, Leichhardt, Wellington Composite. Wellington Composite now, would they be a New Zealand crew? Because it doesn't actually say here.
No, it's New Zealand.
Yeah, and Riverside Goolwa from South Australia, and Yarra Composite. So a real mixture there in the female masters, the young female masters A to C.
You think Yarra's Melbourne, do you?
I've got a feeling there might be. It's so good they had to name it twice.
Yeah. Crew number 95 at Hawthorn, while that's happening, going past, is the Vikings combination with their very distinctive orange caps. Still pretty busy underneath the Swan Street Bridge at Hawthorn. Crew number 99 going past us. That's the North Shore 8 in the Male Masters G8.
Okay, so we've had a boat flip at the staging. Looks like the one of the Balmain crew. And
maybe they just wanted to swim.
Well, it looks like they're enjoying being, getting in the Yarra and cooling off a little bit.
We've got 3 crews coming up in front of us now. This is
crew number 100.
There's Vikings, 104 behind them. There's Leichhardt in the Male Masters A to C8. 2
Leichhardt crews, Pete.
Both from Leichhardt.
Yeah, 2 Leichhardt crews, and it's very close between all 3. Nice, exciting racing at the finish. It's just what you want, a nice close finish after you come 8 kilometres, isn't it, Pete? Exactly what you want.
So plenty of activity in front of us and plenty of activity on the landing as well. And just echoing what JB said earlier, don't forget to all competitors, once you've racked your boat, come back and get the blades because they do stack up after a while.
Just a quick postcard here, Pete, from Julie Silliphant, Derwent River, Hobart, Tasmania, from the Glenorchy Rowing Club. The Glenorchy Rowing Club has a long history of supporting para rowing in Tasmania. Seating in the 4-seat, and we saw him earlier today, ahead of the Yarra crew, is the impressive Mitch Huxley, who is a para-adaptive rower with an intellectual disability, who's been rowing for 20 years and has just taken to sweep rowing in an 8 with the support of his crew. Good on you, Mitch.
Well done, mate. We saw him go past.
Yeah, we did see him go past before.
Crew number 103 on screen at the moment, and that's the Melbourne rowing combo with Albert Park, South Melbourne, in the Male Masters G8.
Albert Park, they make rare appearances at regattas because it's a club that, it hasn't been very, very active for a long time.
Now, we were talking earlier about the cocks of the course and who can steer the best. Let's see who's done it the best so far. So Bradley Wooten from Sydney.
Sydney, yeah.
Crew number 32 as crew number 103 goes past us. So I've just diversified there and call them over the line. That's the Melbourne Albert Park combo. Amelia Davies from UQ, 5.67. Blake Macquarie in 3rd place. Ian Harkham. It's a few discrepancies there, JB, isn't there?
Yeah, so going down the list, the first crew, Sydney, that's the distance that they covered, 7,998.7 metres, 7,998.7 metres. And then the extra meterage is, I'm guessing, the rest of the crews after that. So 2, University of Queensland, Amelia Davies. 3, Lake Macquarie, Anne Harkham. 4, Drummoyne, Zoe Morrison. 5, Old Scotch Collegians, Arian Diol.
So 52 metres further, Sydney has gone than the other Sydney crew, number 32.
Yeah, Sydney at
That's a heck of a difference, isn't it?
Sydney at position 10 have done an extra 52 metres. Yeah,
that's remarkable.
All right, 2 more crews coming past the commentary here. 101 and 105, which look like 105 have made up a bit of ground. They're rowing very strongly in the Resolute boat.
105 from Auckland,
from our friends from New Zealand.
And behind them, another crew from Mosman, crew number 116 in the A-C-8. Mosman, very strong club in Masters rowing in Sydney, and good representation here on the Yarra here this afternoon, or this morning still.
Just got a housekeeping notice. There's an ambulance has come in to assist with one of the competitors. Can you please make sure that you clear away so that the that particular competitor can get safe passage to the ambulance. So please be aware of anyone around that's being escorted or lifted or helped to the ambulance.
115, Melbourne University combination with Glebe. 100 and, where are we?
So the male Masters A to C, that was Pete?
Yeah, 14 crews. They're coming thick and fast in front of us actually at the moment.
Yeah, and another one looks like, have they got a camera or they lost a camera? Oh no, they've got one of those U-Butte mini cameras attached behind the coxswain, but we can't GoPro. We can't see the crew number. Oh yes, we can on the coxswain. 114. So we've got Old Collegians, University of Queensland. Next is 117.
Toowong ADF rowing.
Toowong ADF. So Toowong with the Australian Defence Force. And the Australian Defence Force are basically based in Canberra on Lake Burley Griffin. But a few of them have joined up with the Toowong boys. And we've got 3 crews basically locked together coming down here now, Pete. 97, 111 and 150.
111 is Commercial Somerville. 97 is TUBC. And what was the other one? There's 3 over there.
111.
111. That's Commercial Somerville in the Male Masters A to C8. So they would have done it pretty hard if they've rowed all the whole 8K alongside each other. Crew number 109 is Brisbane and GPS. Now, a note on the housekeeping. We did start the regatta a little bit late this morning owing to safety issues, but the afternoon session, JB, is going to start on time at 12:20.
Yes, apparently. Yeah, we're going to try and make up a little bit of time by shortening the lunch break.
Right, a couple more crews coming past us now. Crew number 108 is from North Shore in the Male Masters A to C8. Closely followed by crew number 110 from Windaree, Ballarat in the same category. And looking about 60 metres further down the river, we can see crew number 112, which is from Tamar.
Tamar up there in northern Tasmania, Launceston Way.
Spot on.
So these are the A to C, the younger Masters rowers.
Big category too.
Your big category and very competitive.
14 crews. A few boat lengths behind them is crew 113, which is outback rowing combination with Vikings.
Right. Once again, this is Masters, Male Masters A to C.
And the outback representatives there age in range from 30 up to 62, we're told. Crew number 106, Toowong, That's a B crew in the male masters A to C. In fact, the only B crew in that category. One of 18 Toowong crews here on the Yarra this year. So congratulations to the boys and girls from Toowong for putting in such a great effort in making the effort to come down to the head of the Yarra. Fantastic.
Yeah, in masters rowing, you can row down a category. You know, if you're a little bit older, but you can't row up a category if you're too young. So that's Toowong going past us now. Crew 106, Toowong from Queensland. And now we've got crew 102.
The Abbotsford Composite from Sydney. That's also in the male masters G8.
Okay, now you can probably hear ambulance sirens in the background. Just a reminder that we've got a couple of, we have had a couple of medical incidents, and we want to make people aware that if you see an ambulance coming down the roadway towards the regatta, please you know, get out of their way and make sure that anybody being conveyed to an ambulance has prior access and don't interfere, because we want to make sure they get treatment straight away.
Still with the Abbotsford combination, Abbotsford composite combination. They've got about 110 metres to go to complete the course. I'll probably be pretty glad of that, I guess, with the temperature in the mid to low 30s now.
So the Abbotsford composite going through at the moment has a rower who is from Eildon Rowing Club, I believe, and it's Mario in Lake Eildon Rowing Club. Mario in the 3-seat of the crew number 102. 102, the Abbotsford composite.
Well, that'd be a first, JB, a crew member from Lake Eildon. I don't think that's happened before.
Yeah, well, Mario's been attending regattas as an orphan for quite a while. He'll, you know, he's a bit of a tardy. He'll row with anybody. So he has been a real stalwart of the. Yeah, we've got a crew in difficulty coming down now. So it looks like. Not sure what's happening, but the lifeguards are heading out now. It's a Leichhardt crew, and we might have someone in a bit of distress there. So it looks like the heat has taken a bit of a toll here today, Pete.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I was at Rutherglen a few years ago, and the temperature was 43 degrees, and they were rowing.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, but you only have to cover 1,000 metres, maybe less.
800.
Yeah, it's not like the 8 kilometres here. We hope everything's okay. They're all still sitting upright, but they're just tapping their boat down over the course. The coxswain's putting her arms up, gesticulating to someone. Yeah, now, because of the heat, please remember to hydrate, whether you're out on the water or whether you're around the clubhouse or the landing or the up in the park. Because of the heat, and it's a deceptive heat too, because it probably doesn't feel like it's as hot as it is.
34 at the moment.
Well, it's 34, so please make sure you're hydrating.
And crew number 98 going past us as we speak. That's the Old Siberians rowing composite with Yarra in the male masters G8. I gave you a dissertation about Xavier rowing years ago and their success. And lack of it, I guess I dare to say, but Xavier's produced a number of Olympians, and a number of them have done very well.
Yeah,
Brian Doyle, Peter Gillen.
The Doyle and Brian Doyle's sons. Mark Doyle won a world championship at Nottingham in 1986.
Marty Tomanovich, Dick Garrard, David England. He coxed the Australian 8 in Moscow on Lake Krolatskoye. They got to 5th, I think, from memory. Peter Anthony, we saw go past earlier. Mike Mackay and Nick Green, of course, famous from the Awesome Foursome.
No, we've got...
There could be a little bit of a problem here. With crew 121 trying to pass, that's Karam. They got room on the other side. Crew 125 just behind them, which is the crew from UTS. But that Leichhardt crew is in a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, they look like they've hit some issue because they stopped. There's a crew that the Leichhardt crew that I was mentioning before, they were in difficulty, so the other crews had to negotiate their way around them, including the Carrum crew, which looks like a Carrum ladies crew. I haven't got their number.
They did damn well to get through there. There wasn't much room, JB.
They went through on the north, and there was only a paper, sort of cigarette paper area of water to get through on, but they got through. 123 in the St Aidan's rowers boat is coming past us now.
Commercial.
Yeah, Commercial.
From Brisbane. One of the bigger rowing clubs in the northern state up there.
This is in the mixed category A to C.
Closely followed by crew number 129, which is the ANU Black Mountain combination in the mixed A to C Masters. Let's go back to Mark as they go towards the finish line.
Hi, well, I've got Will Angelini here. Hi, Will.
Hi.
Where are you from?
I'm from Brisbane, Australia, and I was coxing a commercial crew this weekend, yeah.
Well done, and you look like an ideal cox. How many times have you coxed?
Joe, he's a hero, mate. How are you, mate?
Hi, Adrian.
How many times have you coxed?
I cox a lot, probably since grade 6, and I'm in grade 8 now, so like 3 years.
Your crew was saying you're utterly brilliant cox. What's the secret to being a good cox?
Just doing lots of it. I cox every morning of the week, and I do about 3 crews around that, so I just do lots of it, and I want to get good, right? So I've got a good passion about it, yeah.
Well, I can see you coxing for Australia. Brilliant. Okay, well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is the dream.
Okay, back to you, Peter Landry.
Thank you, Mark. Stay hydrated down there, mate. 34 plus degrees. Now, we'll get Mark, if we can, when he can, to see what the situation was with that Leichhardt crew as we watch crew number 127 come into view from our camera on top of the Hawthorn Bridge. It's the Toowong composite with King's College rowing in the mixed 8, incorporating A to C Masters. So 13 crews in this category. At the, well, I guess the warmest time of the day, JB, it is now, isn't it?
Yeah, you're getting into the, the highest point of the sun, and it's starting to warm up, obviously, yes.
Starting to warm up.
We're starting to feel it here in the commentary tent.
Now, looking back down 110 metres past that, we've got crew number 126 coming into view.
Now, this is what we were talking about before. You notice the way they've got the seat, the mixed crew boated, Pete, the stern end 7 and stroke female, engine room men, and 2 and bow female.
2 and bow and 2 female, yeah.
So sometimes they'll mix and match them or different combinations depending on which one obviously is the fastest. So here's something similar with the crew 127, who's the Toowong King's College from Brisbane. And we've got stern pair women, 2 men, then 2 women, then 2 men. So that's another combination format.
Mathematically, you tell me how many combinations you could have.
Well, I'll just get the calculator out and work it out, Pete. Now, I've just got a very quick postcard. It's from Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in the Mixed Masters E8. She said that their recent club captain, their former club captain, he was voted the best captain of all time. Now, that'd be a hard act to follow, wouldn't it?
118 on screen is ADF rowing. The second time we've had the ADF guys rowing at the head of the Yarra. This is in the Mixed 8, incorporating A to C Masters, and the ADF rowing. The defending title holders, actually.
Yeah, there you go. 128 just went past us. That's Oxley, River City Women's.
And Hamilton from New Zealand, crew number 130 in the A to C Masters. And crew number 118, that's ADF rowing. They're the defending title holders in this category.
The ADF Defence Forces, they've got crew members from all over Australia that go together, and because of their deployment, usually they're not there for a long time, so they have a brief time to get together and get a crew together and compete here.
Crew 124, a composite crew of Redlegs and Toowong. In the A to C Masters again, one of 13 crews in that category. And they've just about reached the finish line right underneath the Hawthorn Bridge. And they'll be looking for a drink after that very quickly, I dare say. So will we, actually.
Just going to sneak in another very quick postcard here. From our friend Marg Small in up in Sydney, the Mosman Composite. They said that they've a couple of them in the past 11 months took part in the Outback, the head of the Outback at Longreach in Queensland.
Just watching crew number 119, which is a composite of Richmond and Melbourne rowers in the mixed A to C Masters.
Now the coxswain's putting her hand in the water almost as to slow the boat down or to try and turn it. I'm not sure what's going on there. They're missing a
maybe.
Yeah, we might have rudder problems or something. She's putting her hand in the water to try and get some steerage on the boat.
Yep.
So that's an interesting move there. Obviously, yeah, they might have lost their rudder or something. That's crew 119, which is Richmond Melbourne Composite. They're predominantly Richmond, but they're a mixed crew and they've got a Melbourne girl in the.
Well, they've only got a few strokes to go, so I'll be glad of that.
Yeah, look, if she's got them, straight down the line, she's done a good job.
She has done a great job.
She has indeed.
Crew number 122 is Commercial from Brisbane in the mixed eight incorporating the A to C Masters.
All right, they've got their GoPro set up too, so they can, at dinner tonight, they can all sit around their phones and watch it.
Watch their mistakes.
watch their stuff-ups. Not that they're making many at the moment, Peter. They're rowing pretty well.
For this heat and this weather, they're doing a damn good job, actually.
Yeah. Hats off to them because I don't think I'd like to be. I have rowed in these sort of conditions, but that was in the days when we did it in March.
Well, as I said, I've rowed at Rutherglen when it's been 40 degrees.
Oh, yeah, well, that's right, so have I. Yeah.
It's 500 metres on the Sunday, which is not too bad.
The worst is Yarrawonga when there was no shade. It was 110 in the shade, but there was no shade.
Well, the worst part about Yarrawonga was it was always so rough on Lake Mulwala. I don't think I ever had a good row there.
Well, it was funny. It was in the days before marquees, and people used to huddle under the one tree that was at the finish line.
Yeah. 132 on screen is the first we're seeing in the female Masters A to C8 to come up towards the finishing line. Defending champions in this category, in which there are 11 crews, is the Mosman Rowing Club from New South Wales. They did it last year in 31.16.
Yeah, we got representation from, predominantly down the east coast of Australia. A crew from New Zealand then as well, Wellington. But
this Mercantile Composite is a B crew. Now, most of the others are C in this category, apart from the Wellington Composite, which is A.
So crew 132 are coming into view now. This is the Mercantile Composite. There's a real mixture in this crew. It looks like there's only 2 Mercantile girls in it. This is the A to C. This is the Young Masters. And they're rowing pretty well. They've obviously got a pretty well selected crew because they look like they know what they're doing, 132, and they're finishing off very strongly.
Well, we had a Richmond Zooty there. We had UTS.
Yep.
A coat of many colours. So 11 crews in this category. Mosman, the defending champions. Mercantile Composite, Y Rowing. Horsham City Composite with Footscray City. Second time we've seen Horsham represented at the head of the Yarra. UQ Tweed, Melbourne, Toowong, Leichhardt, Wellington Composite, Riverside Goulburn Composite and Yarra Composite.
Fantastic to see some of those Western Victorian clubs like Horsham here. Dimboola would be lovely to see them here, but they probably wouldn't be able to get an 8 together, not in time for this.
They could row composite with Horsham, couldn't they, on the
could.
Wimmera River?
Yeah, but except they've got their regatta the week before or 2 weeks before.
Yeah, one of the great regattas on the Victorian rowing calendar. I always used to like going to Dimboola. Let's go back to Mark.
Okay, I've got Alan Craft, Sarah Sedgwick here. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us again.
Yeah, can you tell us a bit about your boat club?
We were, our inception was about 15 years ago. We've done every head of the Yarra since, except for the ones where we weren't allowed to come.
Oh, yeah, we understand that. How have you done in them?
We're sort of a middle of the road crew, but we're always just trying to do our best and better our last year's efforts, which is harder because we're a year older every year.
It gets harder. How did you find this race then?
It was my first head of the Yarra, so
Well, it's called the Cox's race. How did you find the steering, Sarah?
pretty good actually. We had a little hiccup yesterday, but today has been much better.
Sarah was awesome today. I reckon she'll get the shortest course of the day.
Well, there's something to go for, Sarah. Any interesting facts about your club you want to finish with?
I don't know. We're all pretty interesting characters.
Yes.
That's about it. I can't say any more.
Okay, thanks for that. You look like it. Okay, well done in completing it.
Thanks very much.
Pleasure. Over to you, Peter Landy.
Right, thank you, Mark. I'll turn the mic on. It works better that way. Crew number 135 coming into view, and they're competing in the Female Masters A to C8. That's the University of Queensland Rowing Composite with Tweed. And we'll be back with more crews in just a moment.
Welcome to the 63rd Head of the Yarra Regatta. I'm Christopher Brown, President of Hawthorn Rowing Club, and I want to welcome everyone here to this momentous event. There's over 2,000 athletes competing today from 250 crews. It's going to be a wonderful occasion, and none of this would be possible without our volunteers, both the Head of the Yarra Committee, who start work on this event December the year before, and also to our Orange Army, who you'll see around today. I'd also like to thank our sponsors and Burundara Council, who also provide a tremendous amount of support to this event. We're going to see some world-class racing today here with the best of rowing talent from across Australia and New Zealand. It's going to be a wonderful occasion, but it's going to be very warm today. So stay cool, stay hydrated, and enjoy the racing. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so without delay, I'm pleased to announce the winner of the Female Schools Open 1 was University of Queensland with a time of 33 minutes and 47 seconds. Okay. Well done, University of Queensland. In the Female Schools Open 8's second division was MLC with a time of 35 minutes and 11 seconds. Congratulations, girls. Thank you. Thanks. And in the Female Schools, Open Grade 3 was also MLC with a time of 37 minutes and 28 seconds. Congratulations. Next, we have the Male Masters H, and the winners were, with a time of 35 minutes and 30 seconds, Old Scotch Collegians. Okay, there's been a request to squish up gents for the photo. All the way. Oh.
Perth. We've come from Perth. Old Scotch Perth.
Oh. Yes. And this is not to be confused with the Cardinals. This is Old Scotch Perth. Yeah. Swan River Perth. How did you find the Yarra versus the Swan?
Great. No, well, it's calmer. A lot calmer. Thank you.
Thanks, Jodes. Okay, next we have the Male Masters I, and the winners were Melbourne University with a time of 35 minutes and 6 seconds. Oh, one? Actually, I might have had that for the Paras, yeah. Sorry, I'll just hold it in case. Is that the Paras?
Pat, you need a hand with that.
Perfect. Thanks.
You go.
And how are you going to celebrate your race?
We'll have a few beers, I think.
Sounds like a very sensible idea.
Thank you. Okay, that's enough.
Okay, next we have the Female Masters F, and the winner was Melbourne Composite with a time of 35 minutes and 11 seconds. Huh? F, female F. GTK, so female. And next we have the Female Masters GTK, and the winner was Melbourne and Essendon Composite with a time of 38:52. Congratulations. Female GTK? Female Masters GTK. Oh, so just tell them who is coming, yep. Huh? Do you want to say the... Oh. Thank you.
Watch out.
Just while we have a quick pause in proceedings, could we also have the Melbourne E crew come to the award ceremony at the end of the clubhouse? St George's Rowing Club, University of Queensland and Toowong Composite, Melbourne, Mercantile Composite, North Shore G, Leichhardt A to C, UTS, the other Mercantile Composite and Commercial, please, and ANU. The award ceremony is just beyond the rowing club. Okay, next we have the Male Masters E, and the winners were Melbourne Rowing Club with a time of 29 minutes and 52 seconds. Congratulations. Done 9 and we've got about 9 to go, so I squeeze through them. Congratulations.
Letting the whole team down.
Where are we going, fellas? No, we'll stay up here for a while.
Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, in the mixed masters E grade, we have St George with a time of 34 and 5 minutes. Do we have anyone from St George here? Yes. The mixed E. So. And for those that don't know, whereabouts did you travel from today?
Sydney, Australia, mate.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Well done, everyone.
Well done. Next, we have the Female Masters E, and the winners were University of Queensland and Toowong Composite with a time of 33 minutes and 13 seconds. Do we have anyone from Queensland or Toowong? Okay, next we have the... No, sorry. Next, we have the Mixed Masters, F, and the winners were Melbourne with a time of 35 minutes and 17 seconds. If we're okay, yes. No. North Shore. So North Shore, Leichhardt, UTS. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Chris. Congrats, Melbourne. Excellent work. This one.
Ben, do you need to come a bit closer?
Well done, Melbourne. Okay, do we have anyone here from North Shore, Leichhardt, UTS, Commercial, ANU, or Mercantile Composite? Mercantile Composite? Okay, so the winners of the Female Masters A to C was Mercantile Composite with a time of 31:29. Thank you, Mercantile.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mercantile Composite with time female A to C with a time of 31:29. Congratulations. Okay, and with that, we'll have we'll cut to a break, and we look forward to seeing you again in the afternoon for the next set of races. Cheers.
Inspired started as a technology company to provide coaching tools. We want to become the spectator solution for rowing regattas across Australia and the world. So we can track crews in the races, so who's coming first, second and third, what their boat speed is, stroke rate is, margins. We provide that information real time back to the spectators, so the spectators can actually get a view of the race they've never seen before.
I'd recommend OWA Inspired to any regattas that are looking to improve their user experience.
This is all about engaging the spectator community. If you look at any sport, the sport has grown and taken off when they've engaged spectators. Our goal, our mission, is to provide a spectator solution for rowing so that the sport that we love takes off just like all the other major sporting events in the world.
We're inspired to be working hard on this technology, I know, for several years now. And for people to be here at a regatta, look on their phone and see what's happening and not have to sort of guess what's happening on the course, and for me as a commentator to have that information is really, really important as well.
The app is available on both the App Store and Play Store. Just search for Inspired or Regatta Solutions and you'll find the app very easily.
I mean, what is it that has the investment company interested in sponsoring us such a long period of time?
Well, at Prime Billy, we like to have a strong connection with our investors, and Chris, who's been associated with this club for a long time, reached out to us and it aligns with our values. The investors are always sitting here, so we always like to think about what decisions we're making and understand that those decisions can have impacts with the investors. And so we're closely aligned with our investors. We like to steward the funds that you to some people, they're best in that's their life savings. And so we want you to be successful the same as we want to be successful together. And that comes back to that building well together.
Today, on Head of the Yarra TV, we're visiting Sykes Racing's factory in Geelong to see where great Australian 8s are born and to find out more about what makes them go fast. The brand new production of a lightweight elite 8 here. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this, Mark?
So this hull is probably our best performing hull. It's generally used by the schoolgirl level in lightweight 8s. It's won 2 of the last 3 national championships at schoolgirl level. It's a very stable, very fast hull, which is a lot of customers like it a lot.
So we can actually see what the fittings are like inside. So these are the Croker fittings?
These are, yeah, and these are all made in New South Wales, so we're very proud of these boats. Everything Australian manufactured, made in Australia, Australian businesses. These are the power boards, very simple, very universal, coach's dream. Essentially you can plug it in, everything is in one piece. They're very simply molded together, and kind of less room for movement is better for big boats.
Now tell me a little bit about the construction.
This boat is a traditional Sykes construction layup, which is basically a painted outer finish, carbon fibre, aerospace honeycomb material for your cores, and Kevlar on the inside, with a lot of carbon reinforcing. So to get stiffness in a boat, you reinforce it in the keel and in the shoulders. And you can see on the shoulders here, there's quite a bit of extra material that's been added to give you the stiffness.
Fantastic, Mark and George. We look forward to seeing you and Sykes Racing at this year's Head of the Yarra. Thanks again for your insights on growing 8s and on the manufacturing technology of your famous Australian racing hulls.
Well, we're back, Peter.
We are back, and I'm just thinking I went down to that Sykes factory in Geelong once to buy some parts, and it's an education. It's certainly an education. All rowers should go down. It should be compulsory to have a look and see how they make the boats.
I'd love to go down and have a look. And it's funny that they had that ad, because I remember looking on one of the Masters International Facebook groups, and there was a chat between a couple of Americans talking about how good Sykes boats were. So I found that fascinating.
Certainly can't fault anything that Sykes makes. I must admit, and their delivery is very, very good too. I can remember getting some parts ordered, and as soon as I put the phone down, they were virtually at the front door. Well, not that quick, but they were good.
I'm just wondering whether they've obviously got a presence in America, but I didn't realise they had a presence that, to the extent that the Americans were raving about the quality of them. So it was quite an eye-opener. And one of our great sponsors here, obviously here, along with Prime Life, Sykes Rowing, and it's great to have them on board, isn't it, Pete?
Well, without sponsors, the Head of the Yarra wouldn't take place, and without volunteers, the Orange Army down there, you can see, doing a great job, the Head of the Yarra wouldn't take place either.
Yep.
So we'd like to thank all our volunteers who are not listed as sponsors or anything like that, but they do a great job in the parks with manning the booths and just keeping the show running, as it were.
Yeah, there have been people that are involved in certain jobs for 30 plus years, so it's been fantastic. Now we're just getting a shot of the oars all lined up along the just up on top of the staging, the landing, and we just remind people, please come down and collect your oars to get them out of the way. It'd be really greatly appreciated, because otherwise it just gets to be very, very cluttered, and there's not a lot of room for people to sort of put their oars up after they come out of their boat. So if you can come down and get your oars after the event and take them back to your boat, that'd be much appreciated.
We've had 157 crews go through, and we've got 243 on the program, so still quite a number of boats to come through. So echoing Pat's sorry, just got distracted there. Yeah, they're doing a great job down there. Oh, what have we got here? Icy poles or something, eh? That'd be good. I'm going to have one of those. What if it's alcoholic?
Soon find out, I suppose. Okay, yep. Yep, good idea.
All right, well, while they're doing that,
racing the eights with all your best mates, straining till you thought you'd burst. You've built up a thirst. An 8k row needs an ice cold brew, and the best cold brew is Crew. It's tight through the arches. We won't let them get past us. We're quick as a crew. Now it's time for that
Well, thanks for that message from our trusty sponsor, Crew Brewing.
It was a Magnificent Seven music, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah.
Sounded like it.
So terrific scene here, Pete, with the crews coming off the water with their eight-oared shells, taking their oars back to where their boats are restored. Crews that have finished their commitments here. Some of them have to row back into the city. I hope not too many, but some of them obviously back to Powerhouse and other places upriver or downriver. But a lot of them have got their boat trailers here from interstate or around Victoria, parked up...
in Creswick Street.
Yeah, Creswick Street, just behind the club.
Now, the first of our crews away after lunch, and that will be very shortly, the Mixed Masters D8. We have 8 crews involved there. Dragon, Sydney University, Cairns Commercial Composite, North-Est Composite, Shoalhaven, Shell Harbour City, Brisbane and GPS, Adelaide Uni and Powerhouse combination with Melbourne. That's the Mixed Masters D8. That will be followed by the Female Masters D8. As we build our way towards the male and female Open 8s, and we're certainly looking forward to those to round out our program here on the 63rd running of the Head of the Yarra. Now, a reminder that the presentations for the remaining events are going to take place in the park at the conclusion of the regatta, not next to the Hawthorn Rowing Club where the previous ones have taken place. And I should mention too that any crew who didn't get their presentation in the ones that we've just done will be presented with their award in the afternoon session in the park. And that will be later this afternoon after the final crew has crossed the finish line. Actually, on the weather forecast, there was a forecast of a cool change to take place later today. I'm not quite sure when it's supposed to happen. The sooner the better.
5 o'clock apparently, Pete.
Everything will be done by then. Must admit that the new staging certainly makes it a lot easier to get boats on and off the water.
It certainly does. It's been a godsend. I mean, it was a not a difficult time, but it was an interesting time for us when we had to go to Powerhouse for
you couldn't row out of here, could you?
About half a year we had to row out of Powerhouse, and the boats were sort of parked outside the shed. But it was just such a joy to come back and to the shed with the new landing.
I remember we came down here in the year that the regatta didn't happen because of construction, and looked all very depressing. The sheds were shut, nobody was around.
Yeah.
And compare it to today and any other Head of the Yarra Saturday, it's a hive of activity. There's people, there's boats, there's oars, there's everything happening. And it was so quiet, it was eerie.
It was eerie, and it was just basically just a big hole there in front of where down there where the staging is now. A lot of construction work, construction equipment, and it went on for what seemed to be an incredible amount of time. And there's a shot of the cameraman Milton, and he's shooting there. He's putting his hands in front of the camera, and he's shooting down the river.
He's got an umbrella. That's very smart.
Yeah, he's got his sun protection. You can see the trees swaying in the wind. That might indicate this cool change coming through too, Pete.
Well, it's a northerly blowing at the moment.
Oh, it'll probably change around soon.
I remember the year they had the King's Cup at Carrum, which was quite some years back now. It was in the days of the Awesome Foursome in, what would that be, early 1990s.
Yep.
And it was a searing northerly on the Saturday. And on Sunday for the interstate events, the King's Cup, Penrith Cup and President's Cup, etc., the cool change that arrived through was about 20 degrees cooler, blowing in the opposite direction, blowing a gale.
Well, I can remember it might have been about 1988 or 1989. The interstate regatta was held at Bunbury in Western Australia, and we had a crew. I was at Powerhouse at the time. We had a Victorian women's heavyweight four that was mostly from Powerhouse, and a friend of mine, Mal Coe, was the coach, and they were over there for the interstate women's four.
You've got friends, have you?
Well, they're expensive, but sometimes you've got to buy them. And that was washed out by a cyclone.
A cyclone, wasn't it?
I think it was 1989. It might have been 1988.
Collie? Is it called Collie? Is that the?
They might have given it a name, but I can remember that the whole regatta was cancelled.
Yeah, that's right.
The whole thing was cancelled, and the girls were bitterly disappointed because they came back, they hadn't even put their boat on the water. But not so today. We've got very fine conditions today. A bit hot, obviously, and as you've seen already, we've had a couple of people that have been a bit heat stressed after their arduous 8-kilometre commitment. But right up. So we're back on schedule with start times, and it being about 12, 13 minutes to 1. It looks like we're going to have
the Mixed Masters D8
next race. Right, so we've got male 8, composite coxed 8. Start time is 12:50. And we've got 4 crews here. We've got Melbourne Argonauts, Caulfield, Sydney Melbourne University, and then we've got in the female section Torrens ADF, and then ADF 1.
Who do you like in the big ones, the female Open 8 and the male Open 8? What are your thoughts, JB? Have you given much of a look over?
Well, I've had a look over the crews, and I reckon that I've got a feeling that the Merckx crew, the All Merckx crew, and Melbourne University are going to be hard to beat. I think Sydney University will, depending on how they go with their steering, you know, they'll be right up there as well. It'll probably be a battle between, and it usually is, between Melbourne University 1 and Sydney University in the male. In the female, I should say. And in the male, it's probably going to be the same sort of thing. I think Mercantile are going to be right up there, and I think it'll be a race in 3 between Mercantile, Melbourne University, and Sydney.
14 crews competing in the male Open 8, the others being UTS, North Esk and Tamar, Canned from Queensland, MUBC 2, Merckx 2, Adelaide, Windaree, Ballarat, Sydney, or 2 Sydney crews actually. Sydney is the defending champion. They'll be first away. Banks Composite, Hamilton from New Zealand, and Adelaide University round out the field. So some pretty top oarsmen there. Ben Canham from Melbourne University rode in the Australian 8 at the Paris Olympics.
The 8s that are about to start, Pat, are they adaptive or para or something? So we'll soon be starting, we're coming up to the official start time, which is, we're on time at the moment, for the male composite Cox 8, race 21. And that's, as we said, Melbourne Argonauts Caulfield. And that's crew 182. And 183 is Sydney Uni, Melbourne Uni. And then about the same time, well, it's listed as the same time, but they'll okay, so we're going to get some vision shortly, and there we are. We're in the city, and these crews are all going to take off together, or pretty close to each other. Melbourne Argonauts 182, 183 Sydney Uni, Melbourne University, 184 Torrens ADF, and 185 ADF, and off they go. First one off is the Melbourne Argonauts Caulfield. So this is male composite Cox 8.
Just 2 crews in this category and 2 crews in the female. After which we have the female C grade, and then we build ourselves up towards the big events of the afternoon. Crew number 164 in the meantime coming past us here at the Hawthorn end of things. Adelaide University in the Mixed Masters D8.
Crew 164, yeah, Adelaide University, mixed D. Once again, the female stroke and 7. The configuration.
Crew 161 on screen in the same category, the Mixed Masters D8. That's a crew from North Esk Composite, North Esk in Tasmania. Eight crews in this category, which is between 50 and 54 average age group.
Yeah, this is the Mixed Masters D, Pete. So we've got Dragons from Queensland, Sydney University, Cairns Commercial, North Esk, Shoalhaven, Shell Harbour, Brisbane, GPS, Adelaide Union, and Powerhouse, Melbourne University. 161 is just going past us now, North Esk Composite.
defending champions in this category, the Dragons Rowing Club. Rode last year in 33.52. 33.52. Dragons based in Brisbane. They row out of the Breakfast Creek.
And they were seeded one in this category because they were listed as 158. But we've already had a couple of crews go through.
And just while we have a break in proceedings and crews coming cars, we've got a presentation for the Para crew now. Let's go with that.
Thank you, Peter. And down here on the pontoon, we're about to see the presentation for the winning crew in the Para 8. And that crew was the ANU Composite crew, and President Chris Brown from the Hawthorn Rowing Club will do the honours.
Okay, well, congratulations, ANU Composite. I can tell you that your winning time was 41 minutes and 45 seconds. Well done. Would anyone like to say anything about how they found the race?
My name's Christian Lane Krebs. I think we rode really well. We stayed together as a team, and I just like to thank everyone who helped put this event together today. It runs smoothly every year, and just a big thank you from up north.
Thank you, Christian, and congratulations.
Right, thank you, Christopher. And they'll all be looking forward to one of our products samples, I think.
All right, this looks like the Dragons crew now, Pete, 158.
Defending champions in this category, Pat.
And we've had a bit of
Pat. Your name's not Pat, it's JB, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've had a bit of a mishap. The seven girl is... seven girls looks like she's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in a bit of trouble. So I hope she's okay.
Must be the 7 seat that's the jinx, because last year, remember, we had a crew who didn't have a rower in it. It was minus the 7 rower.
Yep.
They'd have a bit of an altercation, I think, with the UTS crew, and they jumped overboard.
Yeah, one of them jumped ship.
Yeah.
And, they had to go back, or they finished the race with 7, yeah. Well, the girl in the 7 seat's still lying flat out in the boat, so we hope everything's okay there. 160 now is approaching, and that's Cairns Commercial. So rowing from Cairns, you'd reckon they'd be pretty okay in these conditions, Pete?
They'd be used to them. Commercial from Brisbane, one of the bigger rowing clubs in the River City. In the meantime, let's go back to the city. The female C8s, I think it is.
40 to 44. And we've got female...
Now, these are not Masters crews. We must specify that. They're not Masters crews.
This is what they call it's not open, but it's the C grade. This is the C grade category, not age category. So in this class, in the women's, we've got University of New South Wales, Glebe, Newcastle Grammar, Bucks, Tasmania, Adelaide Commercial, TUBC, and Banks. TUBC Tasmania. Tasmania University Boat Club, I'm guessing that might stand for.
Spot on,
yeah.
JB.
All right, we've got 162 coming in division now, down the straight. And 162 is in the Mixed Masters D group, and that's Shoalhaven Shell Harbour. So they're from Tassie.
Shoalhaven is...
Sorry, they're from New South Wales. So the lifeguard, Zodiac, has just taken off to assist with that 7 girl in the crew from one of the previous races we saw. All right, now we've just had a request for all the landing volunteers. Can you please return to the landing? Because we're starting to get a bit of a build-up of boats coming in, and we need as many hands on deck as we can possibly get. So the next crew coming down now is 159 Sydney Uni.
Sydney University competing in the Mixed Masters D section, which is race 19. 8 crews in that. 8 crews with an average age of between 50 to 54. Now let's check our cocks of the course and see how they're going. We have a new leader, it looks like.
Yeah, we've had a change in leadership. Bradley Wotton's gone down to 3rd, and Melbourne Rowing Club Jeremy Hofstede has gone to number 1 by only, a metre or so.
So in the top 10 coxes, the furthest you would have gone is an extra 34 metres, which is not bad, JB, over the 8K course, is it?
That's pretty good coxing, really, to lose that shorter distance.
Well, you could lose that on the big bend alone, couldn't you,
well,
really?
Especially you get stuck outside of the crew. Yeah. If you get stuck on the outside, it is difficult to make up. You want to cut the corner as close as possible.
If you cut it too fine, though, you get the mud on the left-hand side, don't you?
Or you break an oar on a rock or something.
Yeah.
So we've got 163 coming down now in the Mixed Masters D. Some of the cruisers are coming through now. This is Brisbane GPS. Our Queensland representation's been outstanding this year.
Absolutely amazing, hasn't it?
Incredible.
With Toowong heading the groupings with 18 crews, so our congratulations to the Toowong Rowing Club. I've had a little bit to do with them in my time up there, and they are a fantastic club, very well organised, very well run. Temperature at the moment, 35.3, feels like 34.2. That's a lie.
Talking about temperature, is that why the Queenslanders have come down thinking that they're going to get some cool weather, Pete, do you think? Or have they come down because it's too wet up there?
That's right, they came down to get some sun.
Fair enough.
She's been pretty wet up in southeastern Queensland the last few days. Bloke next door was building an ark. I thought I'd laugh at him, but I'm not quite so sure.
He's not Noah, is he? His name's not Noah?
Brisbane and GPS, one of the bigger rowing clubs in the Queensland capital.
Yeah, they've got the blue and the green vertical stripes on their zooties.
Very well turned out combination.
Yeah.
As you'd expect.
I noticed there seems to be a bit of a fashion battle between the peak caps and the bucket hats. So the peak hats still seem to be winning at this stage, but the bucket hats are gaining popularity amongst the young schoolboys, I notice.
Well, especially on a day like today, I'd go along with the bucket hat, actually, if I was out there.
Give you more coverage.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so 163, Brisbane and GPS, they're just finishing now under the bridge, and 165 still coming through.
Powerhouse Melbourne.
This is Powerhouse Melbourne composite crew. We're still in the Mixed Masters D class.
They were the last crew off in this category. The first one off was the Dragons combination, who are the defending champions.
Powerhouse are coxed by Helen Menhennet. She's been coxing at Powerhouse for many, many years. She's a terrific coxswain. She really knows her stuff.
She coxed you?
She did when I rode at Powerhouse for a little while, yeah. And she certainly knows how to steer in the head of the Yarra.
That helps.
Yep. Right.
So Powerhouse Melbourne combination just going past our commentary booth now to get the judge's whistle or hooter to complete the 8K. All right, now we saw on screen just a few moments ago a bit of an incident with one of our crews. Richard has got an update from down on the pontoon. Richard.
Thank you, Peter. Here with Kirsty, the cox of the Dragons crew, who've just completed the course. And first of all, how was the race out there, Kirsty?
Oh, it was a bit tough this morning. Well, it's now the afternoon. These guys, that boat was the winners of that division last year, so they had a bit of anxiety. I'm still catching my breath, so.
The heart rate's still up, I can understand. This is your...
For the coxswain, yeah. For the coxswain, the heart rate gets up.
Exactly. This is your 6th head of the Yarra, I understand?
It is. I've rowed it 4 times and second time coxing it.
Fantastic. Great to see. And one of your athletes looked a little bit tired at the end of the race. Is she hopefully okay?
Yeah, well, hopefully she's okay. This is her comeback from school rowing. So now back to rowing as a master, and she was very excited and put in 150%. So, yeah, she'll be fine.
Excellent to hear. It's a long way on a warm day like today, but thank you for your time, Kirsty.
Cheers.
Good, thank you, Richard, and that's good news. As we go to our next crew, which is crew number 170, which is the combination of the Corio Bay and Barwon 8, competing in the Female Masters D, which is 50 to 54 age group. One of the bigger groupings in the head of the Yarra this year with 16 crews. The biggest is 19, so this is certainly well up there.
Have you got someone to ring it to see if someone will pick it up? Get someone to ring it. That might be a way to get it. So 170. Corio Bay and Barwon, of course, they're they share that little stretch of river on the Barwon River, don't they, Pete? Those two clubs.
Just about alongside, aren't they?
Well, they're alongside each other, and they're probably good friends, but also great rivals as well. But in this case, they've teamed up in the one crew in the number 170, which is the Female Masters D8.
Rating 31.5 too.
Corio Bay Barwon Composite. Yeah, they go down past us. I can see in the 3 seat there's an ex-Victorian rower there. Just trying to get her name. Meg Williams, I think. In the 3 seat in the Corio Barwon crew.
And crew number 180 coming into view from UTS in New South Wales in the Female Masters D8 again. As I said, 16 crews in this category, so one of the biggest in the whole regatta today, the biggest being 19 representatives in one category.
2 crews quite close together, making this quite an exciting finish here.
That'd be the last thing you'd want after 8K, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't think you'd want it, but if you're given it, you got to take it. And we've got crew 180, which is UTS, New South Wales, which I think stands for University Technology Sydney, and 179, which is Carrum. And there's only just a canvas separating.
Length and a quarter.
Length and a quarter. Yeah, sorry, length and a quarter separating them. Carrum in that very distinctive black and fluoro yellow colours. Glowing.
And you've got Powerhouse 176.
Yeah, they're coming into view now. 176. This is Female Masters D, which is another big female masters category, isn't it, Pete? Look at that list of names.
Big. 16 crews.
Unbelievable.
Powerhouse rating 29.5. Which I think is a sensible rating for conditions that we're enjoying, although enjoying is not the right word at the moment.
That's right, enjoying in inverted
Putting
commas.
up with.
Yep. Yeah, so Powerhouse now are coming into view from us in the position in the commentary.
All right, as Powerhouse come towards the line, they've only got a few strokes to go. Let's go back to the city and the start at the Henley Judges box.
So we've got the male C grade 8 starting in town. Toowong have just got off to a start there, and this is number
ADF
196. So we're getting towards the pointy end of the program. The ADF is the 196 is the ADF Defence Forces ACT. 197 Corio Bay. So this is male C grade. As in grade, not in C
Not
age
as
category.
as in Masters.
Not as in Masters. This is open age group. And then Banks is crew number 200.
200.
Yeah, so we're up to the 200th boat to take off, Pete. That's a milestone.
It certainly is. We've got in this category 7 crews. And crew 167 going past us here at Hawthorn just as we speak.
Yeah, and 169 we can see on our screens,
which is North Shore in the Male Masters D8. Couple of bow numbers missing there.
Yeah. Crew that just went past us, 168, look like they're struggling a bit, but that's University of Queensland in the female Masters D.
Obviously don't like the Melbourne weather.
Well, they probably put in every ounce of effort into, you know, they've given it everything basically, and it's got not much left.
169 is North Shore. North Shore in Sydney, not North Shore Geelong.
So it looks like another emergency coming because the lifeguards are frantically trying to get into their Zodiac and take off for some sort of incident that's happened.
And nearly needed rescuing themselves, actually.
Yeah, one of them just went right out the back end of the boat as she tried to jump in. But off they go, the lifeguards. There's another incident. But it's good to see they're here and they're providing a very important service, particularly on a day like today.
Crew 173 is a Dragons commercial combination in the female Masters D, coming past our commentary area, closely followed by Black Mountain, which is 175.
Yeah, North Shore 169 are coming in now. Female Masters D, this is a huge category. This is D, which is
50 to 54.
50 to 54 category. Made up of a mixture of past rowers that have taken it up later, and mums. Mums are school kids that have rowed, and they watch the rowing and they decide to get into it.
And right now they're feeling they like to get out of it.
Get out of it, yeah. So 166 is Townsville JCU, James Cook University Riverway.
All right, as that crew comes up towards the line, they've got about half a dozen strokes to go. Let's go back to Richard on the staging.
Thank you, Peter. Here with Justine Tonner-Joyce, the stroke of the Corio Bay Barwon and all Geelong composite crew. How was the row, Justine?
Ooh, well, the first half was a really lovely tailwind, so we tried to make the most of that and get ahead of the field. We rated a bit higher than we thought, but the tailwind helped us with that. It felt pretty easy. But then, of course, that second half, that lactate kicks in and the breathing, and it's a tough race, but that's why we love it.
Excellent. Now, you've done this a few times before, I imagine?
Yeah, I've kind of lost count, but since I was about 16, on and off.
Excellent. And teaming up with the rival club from Geelong, so do you train together much, Corio Bay Barwon?
No, not a lot. We train pretty separately, but we needed a couple extra people for this, and so we're very happy to have Nick and Vic. They've really been great to have in the boat.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll let you get your boat off the water. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you, Richard. Black Mountain going past us now, rating 27. And looking back down the field, crew number 174 coming into view, River City Women's, not too far behind them. They've got about 100 metres to go.
Yeah, another Queensland crew. As we said, we mentioned this a couple of times. We really appreciate the Queenslanders coming down and making this the event that it is, and just really, really bolstering the numbers. There's another Queensland women's crew making up a very, very full complement of female Masters D. And so this is 174.
178.
River City Women's.
Yes,
178 commercial composite.
Commercial composite,
yep.
Correct.
Sorry, commercial composite. Yeah, we've got 178 coming into vision now.
Rating 27 strokes per minute. The Yarra traditionally a great river to row on because of the high banks. And even in a northerly gale or southerly gale, you hardly get too many ripples on it, except maybe down at the exposed area near the Hayington Railway Bridge. But apart from that, it wouldn't be too bad, JB.
No, you look at you can train on this just about any time.
Yeah.
Even if you get a wind blowing, it's not. You don't really notice it until you get in the city. If you're rowing in this part of the water, you're very lucky.
Well, the wind's not bothering us today. The last temperature check I had was about 34. Not the warmest head of the Yarra we've had, but the second warmest, I think, over the last 20 years.
So here comes commercial composite. They've got one Noosa rower in the crew in the 6th seat.
And one Jeeps rower in the 3 seat, it looks like.
Yep.
Rating 29.
Now we've got another Leichhardt crew coming into the landing, getting there just about ready to jump out and get their boat out of the water. Leichhardt, must be a huge Masters club because their representation down here, if that's any indication, is just enormous.
I don't think as many, JB, this year as last year from Leichhardt.
Yeah, last year was a record. Yeah.
But still very, very high numbers.
Yeah, last year was a record.
I'm going to get a plug in for my brother Mark here, if he's listening. He comes down from Albury to volunteer his services on the landing, and his mate John Atkinson, who both row for the Albury-Wodonga Rowing Club.
Yeah, and compete.
Yeah. They're rowing at Rutherglen in an 8. They've got a mixed 8 with Rutherglen.
Yeah, terrific.
In the regatta coming up.
He's a surgeon, isn't he, your brother?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you can see him in the...
So you get to call him Mr. instead of Doctor.
Oh, I call him whatever he wants. But the club was looking for volunteers, and he loves his rowing as much as you and I do.
Did he row here in the early days?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
At Hawthorn? Yeah.
Yeah, we had 3 Landys.
So we're just getting a lady, a distressed lady, come out of the
Carrum,
one of the Carrum ladies coming out of the Zodiac from the lifeguards, who are doing a fantastic job here, and she's going to be attended to by some St John's or some medicos or the doctor, your good brother.
He'll be keeping an eye on it. Well, while that's happening, let's go back to Richard on the staging. Well, while that's happening, as I said, let's go down to Richard. I think we've found him now. Here he is.
Thank you, Peter. Here with Monique Heinke, a dual Olympian from the Sydney and Athens Games, and now rowing, I think, for the first time at Masters level at the head of the Yarra.
That's right. I've rowed a couple of times with the UTS club crew, but this time was a Masters crew that we got together about 12 weeks ago, and with the aim to get out and race in the Masters D8.
Crew well stocked with a few Olympians, so a fairly strong combination you've put together.
Definitely. Lots of Olympians have come through UTS over the years, and people are keen to get back out on the water and have some fun.
And how were the conditions on this rather warm Melbourne day?
Well, it was hot and pretty hectic out there with crews crossing the course. We had a few clashes, a few stops, but managed to get back up and get our rhythm happening again.
Wonderful. Thanks for your time. We need to clear the pot too, Monique, but thank you very much. Back to you, Peter.
Thanks, Richard. Sounds like a typical hit of the day. Now, our next cruise that we'll be seeing in the city, the female B8, so we're getting to the business end of proceedings now, and they are due to start in a few minutes' time.
Yes, due to start at 1:20, Peter. So we're getting towards the pointy end, which means that we're going to start to see the tempo and the quality of the rowing improve. So we've got the crews lining up here, and so crew 201, Mercantile, and then we've got University of Queensland 2, Banks, Mercantile 2, Essendon, Richmond, Sydney, Adelaide Uni, Toowong, Queensland, and Wentworth. So this is B grade.
10 crews to fight out the honours. Mercantile, the defending champions, rode last year in 32.09 of a second. I don't think they'll be doing that this year.
They're off the Mercs crew, and they look pretty slick. The takeoff's good. This is very, very high standard rowing. You're starting to see now. These crews are going to try and keep this tempo up for the whole 8 kilometres.
Well, they're rating 35. I don't think they'll be keeping 35 up all the way. I'd like to think so, but I don't think so.
Yeah, University of Queensland, they're really pumping it, and we've got Banks, and then we've got
Mercantile 2.
Mercantile 2, and then a crew from Essendon, which is good to see, out there on the Maribyrnong River. A full Essendon crew, and then a full Richmond crew, and that's good to see as well, up at this standard, female B.
The last crew off the grid will be the crew from Wentworth in New South Wales. And good to see them rowing at this category as well, JB.
Yeah, I just wonder how many of them are the Wentworth City ones that actually based here in a sort of a proxy club down here. I don't know. I'd have to ask them or something. But they're rowing pretty well too, and all clubs are, representing their colours in pretty grand style. And Toowong, Queensland, Adelaide Uni, Wentworth are the last ones to take off. So. Yep.
All right, well, as they make their way up towards the Swan Street Bridge and heading towards the finish at the Victoria Bridge, or Hawthorn Bridge, I should say, some 8K away, we'll take a little break. Be back with you in just a moment.
Yeah, the base layers were really, really good. Really nice sort of stretchy material. Kept you really warm at the start of the session when the weather was cold, and then as the session went on, it actually sort of helped you keep cool, I think, as you started sweating.
Yeah, so it didn't get too hot, not too cold. It's nice and loose, gives us space to move around when we're rowing. Get you wearing it, which is always a good thing. You just don't want it to get in the way as you're rowing.
Clearly works really well. I'd be really happy to wear it for any session, really, any time of year. Really liked it.
Racing the eights with all your best mates, straining till you thought you'd burst. You've built up a thirst. An 8K row needs an ice cold brew, and the best cold brew is Crew. It's tight through the arches. We won't let them get past us. We're quick as a crew. Now it's time for that
Oh, I'll tell you what, one of those would go down quite nicely. Thank you very much at the moment. Speaking of going down, let's go down to the staging once again. Here's Richard.
Thank you. With Jennifer Pollock, who's based in Brisbane now, but coxing today for the North Shore Rowing Club. How did you find the trip, Jennifer?
Yeah, it was great. This is the most awesome event. You know, coxswains love it, and it was such a tight field. The whole of the women were just all packed together. It was an amazing race.
A big field too in that event. I think possibly the biggest of the entire regatta with about 20 entries to compete against.
Yeah, that's right. And I think I could see 7 in front of me within a boat length at any one time. It was so close.
Fantastic. Now, I saw you on a podcast back on Monday night, and you talked about discipline being the key factor in helping a crew through the regatta. So how do you score your North Shore crew today on that basis?
They're amazing. We have a coach that drills them on discipline, and we do as well. So they followed every single one of my orders, even when we were all clashing and really close. They did exactly what I asked them to do when I asked them to do. Yeah, they're a very disciplined crew.
Fantastic, Jennifer. Thanks for your time, and back to you, Peter.
Good on you, Richard. Stay hydrated down there, mate. It's very, very warm. It's warm up here, it's warm down there, it's warm on the course. 35 degrees at the moment here in head of the Yarra Central. We're getting towards the business end of the regatta, and most crews seem to be handling it remarkably well, JB.
Yeah, we are, Pete. And I just noticed that race 21, the Sydney Uni 183, Sydney Uni Melbourne University comp, they're obviously way, way, way ahead of crew 182, Melbourne Argonauts and Caulfield Grammarians, I'm guessing that.
And they started first.
So I'm guessing that
something's happened. Eh?
Something's happened, or the others are just incredibly quick.
All right. Speaking of the course, let's check the cocks of the course at the moment, and we've got a new leader.
Now that is interesting, Peter.
Cairns Commercial, crew number 160, Kylie Pedler. Pedder has the honour at the moment.
So Jeremy Hofstede from Melbourne has slipped to second place. But interestingly, the Cairns Commercial coxswain has trimmed the distance. The Cairns Commercial coxswain, Kylie Pedder, has trimmed quite a bit of distance off because she's down to 7,966.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Down to the 10th coxswain there, Stephen Mollard, 56 metres behind our best. So they're spreading out a bit, aren't they?
Yeah, well, Steve Mollard's a Melbourne oarsman, and he's obviously stepped in as a coxswain for Cairns Commercial today.
Well, it all happens at the Big Bend, doesn't it? Crew number 185 there on the screen.
Crew number 185. That's
ADF.
That's ADF. Now this is in the female section.
Female composite coxswain. We still haven't seen
the Melbourne Argonauts.
Caulfield.
No, we don't know what's happened to them.
Crew 182, they've gone missing.
But 185, that's very neat rowing for this stage of the race in these conditions, isn't it, Pete? Look at those oars. They're all going in together. That's great rowing.
30 strokes a minute.
And it's great rowing considering that the ADF have a sort of a fragmented training regime, because as our friend up there was telling us, servicemen come and go depending on deployments.
Yeah, you'd be rowing with different fellas all the time.
All the time, yeah. But they've obviously put a really good crew together for today, and they're rowing fantastically down towards the finish line, the ADF women's crew.
That's very nice rowing.
It is.
Good timing, good clearance, especially in the conditions.
So we're still waiting for, in the women, the Torrens crew, crew 184, and we're still looking for crew 182, Melbourne Argonauts. And that's in the male composite cock state, and the next one was the female composite cock state.
Plenty happening on the staging, so let's go down there at the moment. And once again, here's Richard.
Thanks, Peter. And joined by one of the brightest contingents in the Australian rowing world from the Carrum Rowing Club. This is Helen Kelly. Helen, how was your race today?
Well, I'm very pleased with how it went. We had a marvellous cox in Jessica Cuddy, who just inspired us to keep going, and that's what we did. We got the job done.
That's great to hear. How many times have you raced ahead of the Yarra?
This is my third. We won... What year did we win? 2017 we won with Mario. What's Mario's? Anyway, it was great.
So practically an expert now. And it's been a very good season for the Carrum Rowing Club. You collected a lot of gold medals at the Nationals, so a lot of good things happening at your course.
I'll tell you the secret. We've got Angelique, Stewart, and our amazing coach, Drew.
Yeah, no, doing a great job there. It's great to see. Thank you for your time, Helen, and I hope you enjoyed the race today.
Thank you, and go Drew.
Back to you, Peter.
Good on you. Thanks, Richard.
That's Drew Holman, former powerhouse rower she was talking about there, who's the coach. He's doing a fantastic job down at Carrum.
Crew 189 in the yellow there is Bucks from Tasmania, just about a length behind Crew 191, which is the commercial crew competing in the female C Grade 8. So we're getting to the business end of proceedings. Male Open 8 and male Open Female 8 not too far away, so don't go anywhere.
So 191 commercial from Queensland. This is the female C Grade 8. And 189 is not far behind them. And that's they're making a great race of it. This is the Bucks crew from Tasmania. This is the female C Grade 8.
At 30.5, I've got the Bucks crew on.
Yeah, and they're closing in on 191. So this could be a really interesting tussle between these two crews.
Crew 191 just coming past our commentary position at the moment. That's the commercial crew and the female C Grade 8. University of New South Wales, the defending title holders in that category.
There's some really good rowing there. These girls putting on quite a performance. This is female, what did we say, female C Grade?
Yep.
So it's a couple of steps down from the elite level, but you can see how much female rowing is improving by just looking at the quality of these rowers. So we're going back to the city now, Pete, and this is the men's B grade. So you'll see a step up in quality here with the from C to B in the men's, and the first crew to take off in the men's B grade is Toowong, Queensland.
Defending title holders, JB.
There you go. University of Queensland not far behind them. There's some looks like some great rowing here. You just wonder how long they can keep that up for.
Well, they've gone off at about 35. If they can keep that up, they'll be pretty hard to beat.
Well, and yeah, but we might have to get that Zodiac on overtime if that's the case.
Toowong, the defending champions. Last year's time was 27.3 or 27.39. 9 crews in the male B grade 8, Toowong, UQ, Adelaide Uni, Sydney UTS, Merckx 1, Richmond, Sydney and Cairns.
Yep, Cairns from Queensland, a privately owned club.
Founded by Kelly Armitage and Neville Dugan.
There you go. And
Crew 190 going past our finish line at the moment, which is the Adelaide crew competing in the female C grade category.
It looks like the Merckx crew, is it? Or down at the start. Now we're back to the finish. And we're looking at what crew, not 193.
Banks in the female C grade.
Yeah, Banks C grade women's 8. And as I was saying before, if you look at the quality of what's coming through in the women's section, I think Australian women's rowing is in good hands with the number of people competing and the quality that's coming through. So that's crew... Is it 182?
Closely followed by the Banks combination, 193.
Melbourne Argonauts, and that's what happened to the Melbourne Argonauts, who they are. And then there's the Banks women, which is, as you said, Pete, 193 in the female C8.
And 181 on screen now, coming into view. Is Bairnsdale, should be Bairnsdale.
Bairnsdale.
Yeah, that's Bairnsdale.
That's in the female D8, which was timed to start at 12:30, but I think they started a little bit later.
They did.
Yeah, they didn't start at 12:30. I think they started at about 12:54 or something.
So Bairnsdale with a comfortable rating of around about 30 strokes a minute there.
So Bairnsdale Rowing Club down there on the Mitchell River. Great to see them put an 8 together and bring it up to Melbourne. It's a club that basically... well, went to sleep for probably about 50 years. My father used to row down there at Easter.
Okay, well, while Bairnsdale make their way upstream, let's go back to Richard.
Thank you, Peter. I'm ready here with Julie from the ADF rowing crew. Was just telling me this is your first head of the Yarra. How did you find the experience?
That was pretty awesome. It was pretty hard, but we all pushed super well together and we got through it.
Now, I hazard a guess you might be American at some stage. What's your rowing pedigree like over there?
No, I'm from Canberra. My parents are from America, so I've rode in Canberra my whole life.
Oh, wow, excellent. This is your first time with the ADF program?
Yes, yep. I'm fresh into the Air Force, and this is the first head of the Yarra with the ADF.
Yeah. And the ADF program, an interesting one. Of course, the Defence Forces have to move around the country quite regularly, so I understand they sort of train in lots of different places and then come together for big regattas such as this one.
Absolutely. So we've got girls from all over the country in our 8 today. This is the first time we've rode together, so we put our hearts.
So this is the first time you've rode as this crew?
Yes, absolutely.
That's quite a serious training program.
Well, it's hard to get everyone together, but we try what we can. We do what we can.
Excellent. Great to see. Well, hope to see you back again next year, and thanks for your time, Julie.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to you, Peter.
Thanks, Richard. And just going past them there was TUBC crew 192 in the female C grade 8. And on screen now we've got crew number 188, which is the Newcastle Grammar crew. I can't recall having seen Newcastle Grammar row on the head of the Yarra before. I believe it's the first time we've seen them, and they look pretty tidy.
Yeah, they look pretty tidy. This is in the female C grade category. Newcastle Grammar, I'm guessing, well, I'm going to stick my neck out here and say it's a school crew, Peter, rowing as a grade crew.
That'd be a sensible observation from you, JB.
Yeah, well, let's see how it works out.
Colours very similar to Brisbane Grammarians.
Yeah, now notice the girls put a lot of effort into the headbands and the headgear, you know, like the matching little hair bands. I think it's a great touch.
It would be a waste of time on us, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'd have to let my hair grow a little bit longer.
Yeah, very Brisbane Grammarians type outfit, Sudi.
They're crossing the line now, the girls from Brisbane Grammar. Sorry, what did I say? Newcastle Grammar.
I threw you there. I'll take the blame.
No, yeah, Newcastle Grammar, and they finish across the line. That must be a good feeling when you hear that buzzer after 8 kilometres, Pete.
Sure would.
I remember it well. I remember second last one I rode, I said, this is the last one I ever do. But I ended up rowing another one.
It's amazing. There's always one more.
Yeah.
So do the Beagles still row as a crew, just while we're on the subject?
Well, there's a couple of us still around. We've got Greg and Bruce, but Bruce is a powerhouse now.
You can still row with him.
Yeah, we do occasionally. We get him. We had him down for a whole season here a couple of years ago, rowing in a 4, which didn't go too badly.
Are you going to Rutherglen?
Yes, I'll be at Rutherglen.
Yeah.
Yes. I wouldn't miss Rutherglen. I've only missed, I think, 3 since 1972.
That's not a bad record.
It's only been beaten, I think, by in recent years by Cole Rawson.
Oh yeah.
Cole Rawson. I don't think he's missed one. He's been to every one since 1969.
I was having a good row there one year, which is unusual for me in a single. I was on the far side and I was ahead with, I can't remember how many metres to go. I rode into the reeds.
Easy to do.
You're not kidding.
Rutherglen is the quintessential country regatta.
Yeah.
It is magnificent. And if you haven't been to one, it's 2 days and from around about the 10th or the 11th of January.
And if it gets too hot, you can go to the wineries.
It does get a bit warm up there, but you can also get thunderstorms. You get a bit of a mixed bag, but it's generally pretty warm because it's the warmest time of the year. But it's just a magnificent country regatta. And I say to people overseas, at clubs that I've rowed at overseas, I say, if you ever come to Australia, go to Rutherglen Regatta. It's just got a touch of magic about it.
Crew 195 coming into view now. And they're competing in the male C grade 8. 195 means blue and yellow colours, means Toowong.
Toowong. Toowong.
They've got a lovely boathouse on the banks of the Brisbane River there, very well set up.
The brown snake, as they call it.
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, just from what I've read on my postcards, that's what they call it.
Well, you won't see any Toowong crew looking anything but well turned out, and this one's no exception.
So we're in the male C grade category. And those crews now are coming down and...
Toowong rating 31. They've got 6 crews to beat. University of New South Wales is the defending title holder in this category, and while Toowong makes their way up towards the finish line with about 110 metres to go, let's go back to Richard.
Thank you, Peter. And as the wind starts to pick up here on the pontoon, a cooling breeze as the boats force us to take a few steps to our left. I'm with Alicia, the coxswain of the Torrens ADF rowing composite crew. Alicia, how was your race out there today?
I won't lie, it was pretty tough, but it was a really good experience. I really enjoyed it.
That's excellent. Have you raced ahead of the Yarra before?
I haven't. This is my first time, actually.
Did you get a training ride on the course yesterday or just straight out this morning?
Yeah, we went out yesterday, but we went back to front, so it was a challenge going front to back, but it was good.
All the corners the other way around. And your crew includes a couple of minutes from ADF rowing. We just spoke to another ADF rower before. Have you trained in this combination much?
Yeah, we have done a few bit of trainings prior to this, but it's been really, really good experience to train and go out with the two ADF girls. It's good.
And that training in Adelaide, what, on the course at West Lakes?
Yeah, we've been doing around the island to train for the bends as well.
Great to hear. Well, it sounds like you've done everything right. We hope you enjoyed your first chat of the Yarra and hope to see you back again next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Peter.
Right, thanks, Richard. Torrens, not Mosman. Let's go back to the start, and this is the moment we've been waiting for, JB.
This is the pointing at Pete. This is we've got the elite rowers, the internationals, the interstate. We've got the elite rowers here in the women's. We've got the women international state rowers. We've got the big names: Melbourne University, Sydney, Swan River from over in Perth, North Esk from Launceston on the Tamar. Adelaide Uni, and they're all here, and they're all here to compete and show us how it's done in women's 8 rowing, Peter.
Female Open 8s. Melbourne University is the defending title holder. They rode 29.49 last year. Be good if they can repeat that this year.
The quality of rowing that you'll see on your screens, and as they come down, it's just it's outstanding. It's almost Olympic standard. These are women vying for or at international level, most of them. And there goes the first crew off, which is Melbourne University one. They'd be one of the hot favourites, Pete, to take this event out.
If they keep rowing like that, they will.
And there's Sydney right on their heels, and they will be on their heels all the way down.
Closely followed by Mercantile 2, it should be. And then Sydney University should be on the far side.
Yeah, and Melbourne University 2. They'll be the up-and-comers.
At Hawthorn at the moment, crew 196 just about to greet the judge. That's the ADF rowing in the male C grade 8, closely followed by crew number 194, which is the University of New South Wales, the defending title holder in the male C grade 8, closely followed in turn by crew 200, which is the Banks Rowing Club. So plenty of action at both ends of the course at the moment.
Well, just nearly all the group are away now in the women's Open 8. North Esk, we just took off not long ago. Sydney University, UTS Adelaide Uni Banks, and they'll be coming down the course.
About half an hour or less.
Yeah, in about half an hour, and then followed by the Blue Riband event, which will be the male Open 8.
Or is that going to be something else?
Well, we've got 2 Blue Ribands, really. We've got the female and the male.
And both are going to be equally tough to win.
Yep. There'll be hot competition, really, really hot competition between all those top crews.
Crew 199 on your screen at the moment, though, is the Redlegs crew in the male C grade 8. They're from Queensland. I think I rode with the Redlegs crew at Penrith a few years ago on the Australian Masters.
So where's the Redlegs home, Pete?
I'm not quite sure.
Right, okay. I'm guessing
but I got asked to row with them, and I did.
I'm guessing most of these are on the Brisbane River. But then, you know, some of them are up in Townsville too, and Cairns and Mackay. I think we've got a crew from Mackay.
Yeah, we've had a crew from Mackay.
And the outback of the outback.
Redlegs crew coming past us now with 100 metres to go to their finish line. The male C grade 8. And handling the conditions pretty nicely. 197, Corio Bay in the distinctive colours.
Yeah, Crew 197, Corio Bay from down there on the Barwon River, down at Geelong. It's funny they haven't got a Geelong rowing club. But
Yeah,
anyway,
I was thinking that earlier.
That's just the way it works, I suppose.
Yeah.
They've got a Barwon, which is the Barwon River, and Corio Bay, which is, I think, the old name for Geelong, I've got a feeling. But the bay's called Corio Bay anyway, yeah.
Or as I've heard it pronounced, Corio.
Corio. Or Gippsland.
Oh, yeah.
So Crew 197 is the Corio Bay Men's C Grade 8.
One of 7 crews in that category that you mentioned, JB. Very similar colours to Wesley College.
Yes, it's got the purple zooties. And the Corio Bay crew, there's
Melbourne Argonauts on screen, 198 in the same category, the male C grade, which is race 24 on the 2024 head of the Yarra. Near record entry and near record temperatures.
Yeah, Melbourne Argonauts, 198. They're just coming into vision now. And they have a purple livery as well. Pete. They've got Argonauts cheer squad up behind us, encouraging their crew, getting them to finish off with a bit of a flourish.
Don't give him any lozenges. And quite neat too, with a few strokes to go.
Yeah.
Which will please our cheer squad leader.
There we go, across the line. So the next group of crews to come down will be the B grades, women and men. Although I think we've still got a couple of C grades to finish off.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about safety and what have you on the water and off the water. So I think it's appropriate that we can go back down to Richard, who can give us some more information on that topic.
Yes, thank you, Peter. You've been keeping us informed of the temperature throughout the afternoon. It has been going up. I've just been advised by Rowing Victoria that the level 2 heat policy is now in effect for this regatta, which does mean that competitors who elect not to compete can withdraw without penalty. But given most crews have already commenced, that's probably not the case here. However, we do remind all rowers to continue to take care in the heat by seeking sun protection and staying hydrated at all times. Thank you, Peter. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. That's very, very good advice. We've seen a few instances where the medical profession have been sought after with heat exhaustion and what have you, but mercifully, JB, only a couple.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, Pete, that the heat policy has now kicked in. It's obviously reached its threshold.
All right, we're still standing by for the male and female Open 8s. They're going to round out our program this afternoon. It's going to be a titanic struggle. I think in the meantime, let's take a break and we'll be back with the action in just a moment.
Racing the eights with all your best mates. Straining till you thought you'd burst. You built up a thirst. An 8k row needs an ice cold brew. And the best cold brew is Crew. It's tight through the arches. We won't let them get past us. We're quick as a crew. Now it's time for that
Today, on Head of the Yarra TV, we're visiting Sykes Racing's factory in Geelong to see where great Australian eights are born and to find out more about what makes them go fast. The brand new production of a lightweight elite 8 here. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this, Mark?
So this hull is probably our best performing hull. It's generally used by the schoolgirl level in lightweight 8s. It's won 2 of the last 3 national championships at schoolgirl level. It's a very stable, very fast hull, which is a lot of customers like it a lot.
So we can actually see what the fittings are like inside. So these are the Croker fittings?
These are, yeah, and these are all made in New South Wales, so we're very proud of these boats. Everything Australian manufactured, made in Australia, Australian businesses. These are the power boards, very simple, very universal, coach's dream. Essentially you can plug it in, everything is in one piece. They're very simply molded together, and kind of less room for movement is better for big boats.
Now tell me a little bit about the construction.
This boat is a traditional Sykes construction layup, which is basically a painted outer finish, carbon fibre, aerospace honeycomb material for your cores, and Kevlar on the inside, with a lot of carbon reinforcing. So to get stiffness in a boat, you reinforce it in the keel and in the shoulders. And you can see on the shoulders here, there's quite a bit of extra material that's been added to give you the stiffness.
Fantastic. Mark and George, we look forward to seeing you and Sykes Racing at this year's Head of the Yarra. Thanks again for your insights on rowing 8s and on the manufacturing technology of your famous Australian racing hulls.
And welcome back. You can see in the top of the screen there, crew number 202, the UQ combination. That was in female B grade 8. And closely followed by crew number 201, which is the mercantile combination in the female B grade 8, the defending title holders in this category, one of 10 crews contesting it. 209 on screen at the moment is another of the 18 Toowong crews we've seen at this regatta so far. Toowong in the female B grade 8.
Yeah, very high standard rowing here in the women's B grade competition. 209 Toowong. Looks like they've made up a bit of ground. Very, very strong looking 8, rowing neat, rowing long and powerful, and nice clean blade work in their Sykes boat called Toowong.
Logically, and to round it out at 30 strokes a minute with 2 strokes to go, or 2 or 3 anyway, to get to the Hawthorn Bridge. Crew number 208 coming into picture. That's the Adelaide University combination in the female B grade 8.
Yeah, very, very trying conditions at the moment, but the girls have stuck to their task here, the Adelaide girls, and they're keeping their form going, and it looks like they're going to keep that form all the way to the line.
Well, they haven't got too far to go, about 150 metres actually. I'll make it 200 to be precise.
So Adelaide Uni in the distinctive, the blue chevron.
Got a blue stripe too.
If you say so.
They look nice.
Yeah, they're just clearing a bit of water, so they're still getting a bit of boat run even after 8 kilometres.
207 is Sydney in the female B grade 8.
Yeah, once again, good form, keeping the good form all the way down the Hawthorn Straight. Got a mercantile
in the bow
rower in the bow seat,
so
yeah.
we'll call it a composite crew from Sydney.
Yep.
So that completes their 8K. The deal is you have to row on up towards Victoria Bridge before you can turn around to get to this side of the buoys to come in and touch pace with the landing.
Yeah, otherwise that's logical, because otherwise it just would be complete chaos if everyone turned where they wanted to. Because then you get people turning before the line, all sorts of things
We used
going
to have
on.
that happen.
Well, yes, that's right.
Now, plenty happening in that particular neck of the woods. The cream of the crop at this end of the regatta.
So 2:05 is finishing now. This is
Essendon.
Yep, Essendon in the female B grade. 2:05 Essendon from out on the Maribyrnong River.
You ever rode there? Nice little
Oh
course.
yeah, no, I've rode at Essendon quite a few times. I've rode the Salty.
And from Essendon, we go to 2:03, which is Banks, and then behind them is Richmond. Distinctive Banks pink colours. They changed to blue a few seasons back, then
Yeah,
they went back
then
to pink.
they went back. The pink is their traditional colour, and I think they reverted to pink because the traditionalists had their way. Look, I don't care either way. I mean, I have rode for Banks for a little while, and we rode in the pink, and it
I
didn't
did
worry
too.
me. It didn't stress my manhood, put it that way, Peter.
Didn't know you had any.
So
No, it's distinctive.
it is distinctive.
You know it's Banks when it's pink.
Well, that's exactly right. And look, here the Banks girls are coming down now, and they're a pretty good crew, and they're going to finish off in good form under very, very trying conditions here with 35, 36 degrees at the moment. Coxon really urging them on to one little final effort.
Oh, you can make a final effort when there's 5 strokes to go.
Well, everyone can row the last 5 strokes,
Yep.
as they say. It's the ones in the middle that, have people a bit problematic
After
sometimes.
the first 5.
Yeah, that's right.
And they got them at about 33 as they come up towards Hawthorn Bridge.
It's good rating.
It is in this heat.
With crew 210 are approaching now, and they're Wentworth. Wentworth, as we said, they're up there in New South Wales on the confluence of the Murray and the Darling River in extreme west country New South Wales, southwest New South Wales. But there are a band of Wentworth rowers, as we said, that have formed a sort of a mini club down here in Melbourne. They call them the Wentworth City Crew. And
where do they row out of?
I think they row out of. I think it's one of the clubs in the city. It might be Richmond, but I'm not sure. I have to get that confirmed.
Well, many a good row I've had on the Wentworth course.
On the Darling.
On the Darling, yeah.
Beautiful course. I love it. So I'd just be interested to find out whether there's a complement of actual Wentworth people or Wentworth City people, but we'll work that out later. So there's 3 crews now making their way down in single file, Pete. So we've got
212 is UQ.
Yep.
211 is another Toowong crew just behind them.
And 215 is UTS.
Yes.
So I'd suggest that UTS look like they've made up a bit of ground, because they look like they're right on Toowong's hammer, and they're rowing quite neatly as well.
They are rowing very neatly. Look at that blade work. That's fantastic.
It is very good. So this is B grade men's, which is just one level below the elite. There goes 212, which is the University of Queensland crew. They look like a pretty impressive combination.
Got the rating up too.
Yeah, they're really banging it through.
34.
Yep.
Toowong coming through behind them, crew number 211.
And then UTS.
Toowong at 34 likewise, and UTS looking very tidy, as we've said.
Yeah.
Could pass for Collingwood, couldn't they?
Well, yeah.
They probably wouldn't like me saying that.
Who, Collingwood or UTS?
Collingwood. Right, the female open eights are on the water, but we have a developing story. Let's go down to Richard on the staging.
Yes, thank you. And some unfortunate news that the organising committee has just decided that racing has been suspended for the remainder of the day due to the extreme heat we're experiencing here on the Yarra today. So crews up to number 210, which was the women's B8. They have all been timed and will complete their race. But crews from number 211 on, so the men's B8 and the women's Open 8 who have commenced have been instructed to row light and complete the course. They won't be timed and won't, unfortunately, receive a result for their efforts. And the men's Open 8, the last event that was due to start at 1:55, will not commence. So just reconfirming, due to the heat policy, unfortunately, the organising committee has made the call on the basis of the safety of all the athletes that further racing will not take place at the head of the Yarra for 2024.
Well, that's some news I didn't want to hear, JB, but I can understand it.
Well, it's very unfortunate, Peter, but in the conditions, the human beings have to come first, don't they?
Yeah.
And then we've got to look after our oars people. And I know it's disappointing for us and for the organisers of the regatta and the spectators and the family and friends, etc. But the athletes come first.
214 is Sydney. That's male B grade 8, just tapping it along. Right, let's do something we can check on, and that's the cocks of the course. So this will just about be the final draft, I think, JB.
I think we're probably not going to see much more movement in terms of, well, the regatta's they've been told to row light, basically.
Yeah. So Kylie Pett is still leading from Waikato's Jimmy Ormsby. That's a pretty good effort. I don't know whether Jimmy Ormsby's coxed over the Yarra before, but if he hasn't, that's an even better effort, isn't it?
Well, yes, there's been movement there because Jimmy Ormsby has moved up the ladder because he wasn't second last time we looked. So he's 19 metres off the pace, off the leader. And then 21 metres off the leader is Curtin University Borby Webster. And then fourth is Jeremy Hofstede, who was leading at one stage. I think he's now 24 metres off the pace. So we've just had confirmation that the open crews, as was been pointed out by Richard because of the heat policy, have turned around off the start line and are going back into the city. So that's a bit. And you can see them turn around going back into town. Disappointing, but as we mentioned, with the heat policy, these are the rules. And, you know, we don't want people getting... we don't want to put people's health in jeopardy because of the heat.
Well, I can relate to them being turned around at the start on the head of the Yarra, but I was turned around for a different reason, and that was pouring rain. When we got scratched, as it were, because of the big drain at Wallen Road was virtually impassable. And it was not rowable, so we missed out. Well, we were really cold that day, I can tell you, sitting in the bloody rain for 40 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, very disappointing, but...
It was like sitting in an igloo.
Yeah, I can remember rowing at 42-degree heat, but, you know...
At Rutherglen?
No, here, at the head of the Yarra, 42 one day, but, you know, times have changed, and I agree, but you don't want to have people... You don't want to kill people for the sake of a rowing race. All right, now we've got some results here. and we just got some times for a little bit of interest. So in the mixed Masters D8, Adelaide Uni with stroke Bill Nat did it in a time of 30 minutes 49.6 seconds. In the female D8, UTS with stroke Monique Heinke did it in a time of 35.26.1. In the male 8, we had Sydney Uni, Melbourne University Composite with stroke Hayden Mounter. They did it in a time of 30 minutes 51.1. In the female 8, ADF rowing with stroke Holly Kilmartin did it in the time of 34. Holly Kilmartin 34.44.5, and in the female C8 commercial with stroke Anne-Marie Fanning did it in 33.48.3.
That's not a bad time. And you can see the sad story in the city with the crews turning around at the Henley judges box, and they'd be absolutely devastated on one hand, but on the other hand, I suppose thinking, okay, we didn't have to put it all together to try to row out 8K in 35-degree heat.
Yeah, there'd be mixed feelings amongst the crews. I can imagine sitting in the boat and the thoughts going through my head were, well, thank God we don't have to do it in this heat. But by the same token, you think of all the weeks and months you put into training, and you just don't get to fulfil it.
I know. I can relate to that for different reasons, but the outcome is the same.
Yep.
So very disappointing because we were really looking forward to those.
We were, as we are every year, but that's the way it goes. We just want everybody out there to stay safe, make sure you stay hydrated, and we'll just remind people that once you finish your race, there's still crews that are turning around. We're trying to get everybody in. Make sure you get your oars after you've finished, after you've wrecked your boat. Come down and get your oars because we're starting to get another bank up of oars down here.
Now, regarding the presentations, I assume that they will take place a little bit earlier than originally anticipated. That being the case, we will bring you that news as soon as we have it. But in view of the last few crews, last few categories not being able to complete the course or start the course, in the case of some, I would imagine the presentations will be brought forward. But we'll bring you that news as soon as it becomes available to us. All right, so in lieu of that, let's, while there's not too much happening on the staging here, let's take a break and we'll be back with some more news in just a few moments.
Racing the eights with all your best mates. Straining till you thought you'd burst. You've built up a thirst. An 8K row needs an ice cold brew. And the best cold brew is Crew. It's tight through the arches. We won't let them get past us. We're quick as a crew. Now it's time for that
Yeah, the base layers were really, really good. Really nice sort of stretchy material. kept you really warm at the start of the session when the weather was cold, and then as the session went on, it actually sort of helps you keep cool, I think, as you started sweating.
Yeah, so it didn't get too hot, not too cold. It's nice and loose, gives us space to move around when we're rowing. Get you wearing it, which is always a good thing. Just don't want it to get in the way as you're rowing.
Clearly works really well. I'd be really happy to wear it for any session, really, any time of year. Really liked it.
Welcome to the 63rd Head of the Yarra Regatta. I'm Christopher Brown, President of Hawthorn Rowing Club, and I want to welcome everyone here to this momentous event. There's over 2,000 athletes competing today from 250 crews. It's going to be a wonderful occasion, and none of this would be possible without our volunteers, both the Head of the Yarra Committee, who start work on this event December the year before, and also to our Orange Army, who you'll see around today. I'd also like to thank our sponsors and Burundara Council, who also provide a tremendous amount of support to this event. We're going to see some world-class racing today here with the best of rowing talent from across Australia and New Zealand. It's going to be a wonderful occasion, but it's going to be very warm today. So stay cool, stay hydrated, and enjoy the racing. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we've got 220 coming down, Pete. This is the female Open 8, which we thought was cancelled.
Well, they're certainly putting the foot to the accelerator, aren't they?
And that's Melbourne Uni. These are the best of the best, and they look like they're still racing on, unless they've only done it for the last 500 metres, we don't know.
What we can tell you, though, is that the presentations for the events that haven't been given out already will take place in the park at 2:30, and that's in about 20 minutes' time. So the presentations for the remaining events will be taking place in the park at 2:30.
Okay, so we've got 221 coming down now. This is Sydney, and they don't look like they're rowing light either, Pete.
No.
They're actually fair income. So is the Merck's crew with the Ballarat City girl. Is it Ballarat City? Swan River. But Merck's and Swan River crew number 225, yeah. And
they're both fair income.
They're fair income, and you can see the quality of the rowing there. We were talking about it before, and I'm glad we got to see a little bit of it, even if it was...
Don't say just the female.
I wasn't. No. I was going to say, despite the fact that it was officially cancelled, we're not sure what's going on there.
Well, it'd be pretty hard to get word to them while they're already out on the course, wouldn't it?
I think they might have got going before the word got through.
Yeah, I think so.
So that
would be
the
logical,
key.
wouldn't it?
Yep. Okay, we're hearing that some of the crews did get away before the official proclamation about the heat policy. So that's why you're seeing some of the crews that are still racing in the women's elite section.
Well, they either decided to ignore it or they didn't hear it, one or the other.
Or pretended they didn't hear it. I think.
Yeah.
The old Sergeant Schultz excuse.
Sergeant Schultz, now you're going back a while. Now, just repeating that information I gave out earlier, the next presentations for those events that we didn't hand out earlier will take place in the park at 2:30 in about 18 minutes from now.
All right, now that just gives us an opportunity to go through some more times. The men's C8, Toowong stroke Henry McCluskey did it in the time of 30 minutes 49 seconds. And then in the female B8, University of Queensland 2, stroked by Tyler Hutton, you did it in the time of 32:16.3.
on screen is crew number 224, Sydney University. Now, I'd suggest, JB, they being in the female Open 8 division, that they have got the edict.
Yes, it looks like they're rowing to instructions.
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure whether there'll be an event called in the female Open 8.
That's a good point.
Whether it will be declared a no race.
Yep.
Or...
Because we've had a handful of crews that have rowed at a fair income.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why should they be disadvantaged?
Well, this is going to be interesting. What? Righto.
I have to leave that for the stewards, as they say in racing parlance.
Yep.
All right, while these crews come over the line, crew number 223, Melbourne University, number 2 crew, MUBC 223, coming over the line now, will be one of the last crews to greet the judge. And so that just about is going to wrap it up, JB.
Yep.
On an unfortunate note, I guess, because we were looking forward to so much the tussles between the female and male top rowers in the event, but we didn't get to see them.
Yeah, well, it was an unfortunate ending and a little bit of a disappointment at the end of the day. But we have had a great day's racing up until now, and you know, we want to see everybody in the parklands at 2:30 for the presentation of the events completed thus far, plus a few that didn't get presented early on that. We didn't squeeze into the last bracket of presentations at the clubhouse. So there's going to be presentations in the parkland for anyone that hasn't.
So just in wrapping up, I would like to thank our commentators downstairs on the landing for doing such a... We've had it pretty easy here. We're under the shade, but those down on the landing,
yeah,
it's
no,
about 25 degrees hotter.
They were right in the... right in the firing line, really, weren't they?
Yeah.
With in terms of the heat, but it hasn't been too bad here. It did start to get hotter in the last hour and a half or so.
Sure did.
Yeah.
But of course, the rowing regatta wouldn't take place without sponsors. It wouldn't take place without volunteers, and all those people combined to pull as one to make the head of the Yarra once again the success that it has been, despite the fact that we lost the 2 major draw cards. That happens in sport. It happens in rowing, and there's not much you can do about it.
Well, that's right, Peter, and. We're just grateful that we got as much rowing in as we did, I suppose, and we did see a lot of rowing, and there's a lot of people got to fulfil their dreams, and a lot of people from interstate managed to tick another box on their bucket list, I suppose.
I think when you mentioned interstate there, you hit something right on the head, because I remember being at Penrith a few years ago when we had weather problems, and a lot of the interstate crews that come all that way to central western Sydney and didn't get a row.
Yeah, yeah. Well, anyway, Peter, it's we're going to wrap it up from here, and I'd just like to say it's been another pleasure working with you once again this year. I hope to make it another year next year, and it's just it's one of my great joys.
We'd better tell our viewers too that we will let you know when the river's available to row downstream, because a lot of clubs have got to take their boats back to sheds in the city and thereabouts. And I'd like to thank our producer too, Pat Freeland-Small. He's done a magnificent job getting things up and running here. So, Pat,
yeah,
well done.
Yes, he has, and all the other technical people whose names I've forgotten. Sorry, I remember Des, and that's about it. But all the other technical people upstairs, Alex, Kieran, Zarika.
You're going well.
It's fantastic, and thanks for your help, and it's just been once again a joy to work here with Peter Landy.
All right, we'll hopefully next year we can get some better weather. Not wet, but just in the
little bit cooler.
A little bit cooler would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's from the 63rd running of Australia's Rowing Classic, the head of the Yarra. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Good afternoon to you all.
Racing the eights with all your best mates. Straining till you thought you'd burst. You've built up a thirst. An 8k row needs an ice cold brew. And the best cold brew is Crew. It's tight through the arches. We won't let them get past us. We're quick as a crew. Now it's time for that